What up, Gonad? How's it going? Wait, when did you post that? That showed up in chatty, but not in my chat. It was a while ago. What's the timestamp? I don't have a timestamp on it. I don't know if he's still around. I'm transferring the recordings out to the storage drive, so it takes a little while. I don't have a file server for the for the storage for my stream storage, huh? Might be a little irresponsible of me. That, and I'm not using ECC RAM or an actual server motherboard on my what is it? TrueNAS box. Oh wait, is it still FreeNAS? I think it's still FreeNAS and not TrueNAS yet. I don't think I upgraded it to TrueNAS. I got it all the way to the latest FreeNAS, I guess. I don't know. They changed names, that's why. Let's get the lights on here. Boop. There we go. I smell like fuel. I did my fuel pump this morning before everybody woke up. I did it in like, I did basically the last wheel speed sensor on my car. It took 5 minutes. Now that I've got all the bolts loose and I know where everything goes, it's like bop, 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 remove the wheel, get the sensor in, done. And I verified that sensor works because I took a piece of metal on the sensor and just went like this against it, and I watched the milliamps climb. Bolted that all up. Then I took most of the rest of the morning to just do the fuel pump, or sorry, the fuel filter. There's always a problem, right? So I had to get my set of hose clamps out. I had to rearrange some of the hose clamps for the fuel filter itself, because it's just two clamps, right? Two little worm gear clamps, and one of them was so badly damaged that it no longer worm geared. So I had to steal one from another part of the hose and replace it with one of my non-gear clamps. It's one of the ones where you pinch the thing, and those are like amazing for like cars because they expand with heat, and like the heat of the tube and stuff like that. They're like really good to use. They're very hard to get off. You have to like bend stuff and sort of like break them in order to get them to come off. But they're very good to use on places where you're not going to be doing that a lot. For instance, the part of the fuel filter that doesn't get unbolted. That's what I did. And so I rearranged some of the clamps. So I was able to get the good ones. That took me most of the morning. Finally got the thing all back up and connected. Went to do my air filter full of leaves. That went fine. And then I did cabin air filter. I bought the wrong kind. Of course. It's like slightly the wrong size. Yeah, happy Friday indeed. Slightly the wrong size. So no new cabin air filters in my car. Go to start up the car. Of course, it churns over for like a bunch because it's filling the fuel filter with fuel and then getting the rest of the system full of fuel. About like, what is it, like 2 cups of fuel, I guess, if you're going to use kitchen measurements. But car started, ran fine, no warning lights. Back out of the driveway. I am rolling out of the uphill driveway and I tap the brakes. Complete anti-lock brake hell, and then both of the lights go on, ABS is disabled. So there's one of two things happened. One, I didn't actually solve the problem, and the bad wheel speed sensors weren't a problem. And maybe I probably could have looked that up on the computer to see if that was actually the problem, to see if the wheel speed sensors actually weren't responding properly. I thought I did, and I saw... No, I didn't do it before I replaced all of them, did I? That was dumb. But anyway, the ones that I took out of the car were not good. They didn't work. Like, I tested them in the way that I tested. I sat there with all of the wheel speed sensors and went through them several times with the one good one and the 4 bad ones. And I verified multiple times the one good one was good and the 4 bad ones were bad. I had different methods for each time. I should have hooked it up to a proper circuit with 8 volts because that's how it's supposed to work. But oh well, those are thrown away. Those are gone now. So I guess we can't do the clinic here, and I can't prove it to you guys too. But then okay, so I know that I had bad wheel speed sensors. So now I have all good wheel speed sensors. I can verify it with software that hooks up to the car. But it's possible that when I was backing out, one of the wheels slipped, and maybe because there's leaves out there and it's raining today, so it's possible that could have been the problem. But is that thunder? Oh no, it's a sliding door. It's looking more and more like it's probably the ABS unit. The problem with these BMWs is they put the ABS unit, an actual stream, oh my god. The problem with these BMWs is they put the ABS like control unit really close to the motor, near the exhaust of the motor. And so that circuit board is heating up and cooling down a lot, and it can damage all the components in it. So I might need to pull some parts from it, because if you get a junkyard part, you have to register your VIN number with the ABS module and then tune it. It's crazy. If I can get that one working, if it's like bad components, then we can fix it here, obviously. If it's solder joints that are cracked, I can fix that all day, every day. We can fix it here, and then I can put it back into the car. Alternatively, it could be another sensor going bad. It could be like the brake pressure sensor, or maybe the accelerometer or something like that. I don't know if is there an accelerometer on the ABS? I think there is. It's like a tilt sensor, that's what it is. Epiphany. My car alarm would go off periodically while my car is just sitting in the driveway at an angle. It is possible that the tilt sensor has gone wrong. I think the tilt sensor has some say in the ABS module. That might be it. And I thought I got error reports from, well, maybe it doesn't register as an error. That's the other part. It might not register as an error if there's a weird tilt. I'll have to see if I can put the tilt up on the computer and then tilt the car and see if it actually shows properly. Fun, right? Anyway, how's it going, everybody? The vaccine kicked my ass. I got both of them at once, because if you don't, you do one and then you wait 2 weeks and you do the other one. I did flu and the bivalent COVID at the same time, and that was on Wednesday morning. By the afternoon, I was feeling dumpy, went to bed, woke up several times in the middle of the night, had a fever in the morning, I was not in good shape. I just felt like absolute ass. I'm still feeling kind of bad, but I think I'm over the worst part of it. I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning to work on my car. So I smell like fuel. I feel like shit. We should have a good stream today. I got all the parts that I wanted to get, though. Pneumonia. Oh, I need to figure out whether or not what vaccines I need. I have a system I can log into and take a look. Because, yeah, I'm probably going to need pneumonia soon. I don't know. Give me all the vaccines. I'm going to become more powerful than you can possibly ever imagine. That will be unstoppable. Yeah, I felt like total ass. And it's like, my friend, I was talking to a friend of mine, and he's like, I didn't feel anything. I'm like, great. That's really good for you. Like, who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that the fellow with the autoimmune dysfunction is the one that would have a strong reaction to a vaccine? You know, maybe the one with the immune system that fucking went into the islets of Larange and fucking speared my beta cells so that they no longer create insulin properly. Yeah, maybe that function is going a little haywire when you give me a vaccine. One that does 13 variants of pneumonia, one that does 25. Yeah, get the 25 one. You're like, I want none of the pneumonias. I don't want pneumonia in my life at all. All of them are out. Kick them all out. Just get them the fuck out of here. I don't want pneumonia. I don't want to think about pneumonia. Yeah, the flu straight up fucking murks a lot of type 1 diabetics during the winter. It's like fucking ridiculous. So I always get a flu vaccine, but now we also have the bivalent COVID booster to get as well. So the combination of those just fucking took me out for a day, which is better than dying. Better than dying. And apparently the flu is going to be a monster this year. So good times, good times. So if you guys haven't gotten your vaxes, fucking just do it. Be like, oh bother, just fucking go do it. I'm sick with ammonia. What? Huh? Pneumonia or ammonia? Wait, it might be the gas fumes that got me all dizzy. Groovy, I posted in the Discord in the general section the level of troubleshooting that I have to fucking go through for this ABS thing. I'm not looking forward to it because they're still not working. I need to drive the car around a little bit and see if that was just an anomaly, but it's like just after fixing it, the problem was one step backwards. Like I thought I would solve it, but instead it's not completely broken. It's what it was the intermittent weird shit that it was doing before where if I was moving at all, the ABS would activate. which is ridiculous. It should get over a threshold of speed, so. Yeah, I guess I can add that. I can add that. That's fine. You're polite enough. Yeah, that might be the problem too. There might be shavings in the wheel, but the thing is, it's going back to the behavior it was doing before. So, and the behavior it was doing before, I thought it was because one of the sensors had failed completely. It turns out I did my test of flicking it with a piece of metal, and I got the reading to change. So the new one that I put in should be working. The other 4 worked. I looked at them on the computer. So unless one of them has recently fouled up, but then again, it did this only just when I was backing out of the driveway, so I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. So I gotta run the car a little bit and see if it sorts itself out, and then I have to get into it's called INPA is the software, and I have to look at steering angle sensor, tilt sensor, which my car alarm goes off sometimes when the car's parked on a hill, like because I park it at, it's an outside car, which is why I'm having so many problems with it, and I park it on a hill a little bit, and so I think that might be indicating that my tilt sensor's gone bad. It might be getting a weird reading from that. What's going on, Walrus? Yeah, we're doing a Friday stream. We're gonna work on Burn the Subs. We're gonna work on a little bit of the electronics. I'm waiting for like a programmer to come in the mail today, a pro gamer to come in the mail today, and that'll allow us to work with the Omnipods a little bit. But if I get bored of working on this power supply, we can desolder stuff from these Omnipod circuit boards and maybe get them onto a board where I can start actually like kind of working with these. Because I'm gonna get a programmer in the mail, I need to learn how to use it, and then I need to see if this thing is locked. And then that is the first hurdle towards making my own like microcontroller boards that I can put in stuff using old medical waste that I am inundated with. Because I really hope I can fully reflash these things, because if I can't, I'm gonna be so fucking disappointed in the amount that I'm gonna have to throw out. It's a really nice microcontroller. This thing's very powerful enough to run one of my human organs. Hello, fellow humans and your organs. I was in the office yesterday. There was a guy a couple pods away, that's a different use of the word pod, with a cough that made me want to go over and put a mask on him and ask him to leave. Yeah, if you've got a bad cough in like an office, like fucking hell, wear a mask. Offices are the worst. They're the worst. They're utter just fucking disease vectors. Especially because in America, everybody works until they're fucking dead. Like, Jesus Christ, have some mercy on the people around you. It's odd. Hopefully it's something dumb. God, you should look at if you get a chance, because it's kind of dumb reading, but I posted the link to the Bimmer forums, and just the list of stuff to look at is insane. I'm gonna have to be out there with probes and multimeters and power supplies and stuff, just probing everything to see what's going on. What up, Complex? Yeah, it's like a respiratory like disease incubator. Offices are. And then people like to and this is especially in medicine. This is especially bad in office waiting rooms where you have sick people in a waiting room. It should be cold in there. It should not be warm. Everybody's already wearing a jacket from being outside. But the problem is the people running the desk are the only people who are capable of changing the temperature, and they're cold, and they don't like to work in a cold office, so they crank that temperature up, and then you get the sun coming into the windows there, and there's no ventilation at all, and it is just an incubator, and it shouldn't be, because it's at a fucking hospital, which is like, yeah, any hospital that I ever go to, I should have been wearing a mask in the past, I will in the future. I've never been as sick as when I was in college, and I went to my pediatrician's office to get the flu vaccine. I got some of the worst, like, mutant, like, alien diseases. I was out for like a week after that. I just felt awful. I should have worn a mask. Legionnaire's disease. It's engineering. Like, I don't understand, because there's been all this literature that's been posted about how having colder temperatures helps mitigate the spread of disease in close quarters. Every close quarter thing that I've ever been to, did that not go off? That didn't go off. Every close quarter, like, office and waiting room and like, thing that I've been to, hot. It's been, like, hot in the room. Oh, man. It's like, it's one thing if we know not to do this stuff. It's another if we don't do the thing we know to not do. Wait a minute. I don't remember what I said. I'm gonna unplug the fart machine and plug it back in. Send a notice, says we're flushing the HVAC system with chlorine. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, as a yellow gas starts filling up the room. All right, that should work now. We're gonna try to get this like mostly up to snuff today. We're gonna be doing wiring and crimping, I suppose. I do kind of wish that we could work on the Omnipod a little bit today, but I am waiting for that programmer. So we'll do a big Omnipod day, maybe on Tuesday, maybe Saturday. We'll do Omnipods instead of actually gaming. But I really want to play games, you know. Hey. I would like to do the long drive with the steering wheel setup. I don't know what the ins and outs are of that, but I think it would be fun to try to actually do the long drive with all that. I don't know if my viewers can tolerate the long drive again though. Oh, this is garbage. I gotta keep throwing stuff away. I've been inundated with stuff, just stuff. Oh yeah, and then the thing I didn't do with my car is fix the windshield wipers. I didn't have time. I thought I'd have time this morning, but I spent all my time on my back guzzling fuel that was leaking out of the car. It also had an ARM STM. This is the Pool pH strip test reader. Color to a frequency for RG and B. Yeah, those color sensors are cool. I've never had an application for any of them. SparkFun and Adafruit have like a bunch of different boards of those. One thing that I would love to be able to use, and I'm not sure that actually works, is the laser distance sensors that I bought. I don't know if I can hook them up to Clipper and actually use them properly. Because if I'm printing on a mirror, that laser distance sensor it's not gonna read properly, right? It needs to be a matte surface, I believe. Which is disappointing. It's pretty disappointing. But like, it's like this super powerful little like laser distance sensors. Think phones have now to take brilliant pictures. I really wish my webcams had them. It would really alleviate a lot of the manual focus work that I had to do if I knew that if I point the center of this thing's view at something, instead of using optical focus, it would actually, well, it's still optical. It would, instead of using a clean line focus mechanism, it would just straight up measure the distance. That'd be really nice. It's fine. I'm not mad. It's fine. It's fine. I don't feel anything about it. I don't.
Nice deep breaths.
Yeah, on a $60 webcam. They're not that expensive though. I mean, not the webcams. I mean the sensor. So the poop bag holder that I have on Willow's leash. Oh, that's the wrong focus. The poop bag holder I have on Willow's leash happens to use this size of battery. So I have a use for these batteries, even though the poop bag holder does not go through 3 batteries every 2 days. It kind of almost does. It goes through quite a bit of battery, but it does not go through the sheer volume that is contained here. I put 3 of the batteries into the poop bag holder with a flashlight. It has a flashlight. It has a flashlight on it. It has a flashlight on it. Come on. Dogs need to poop at night too. Anyway, yeah, so I put the batteries into the poop light, and I think it's a little dimmer than it could be, because I know Bluetooth, I know these batteries are kind of, you know, they get quite a bit of use out of them on these pumps. You know, this pump will last about 4 days, I think, on the batteries. And then I think they're mostly drained. I know that the memory wire uses up quite a bit of current, but what are these things? These are the internals of the Omnipod Dash. I switched my diabetes management from using insulin pump, which didn't take an external signal, except for from the glucose sensor, to this thing, which is an Omnipod Dash. It's a fully contained insulin pump and an auto injector as well. What this will do is give me insulin throughout the day, and because it's a slightly older generation than the latest and greatest, this thing has been hacked by diabetics who wanted better control. My A1Cs are down. I'm down like 0.6 points on my A1C, I think. My weight is going down. Everything is improving on this system. It's actually been kind of great. So no tubes, no pager on my belt. And all I carry with me is a patch on my shoulder that does glucose level readings, a pump on my body, wherever the hell I want to put it, usually a place that I won't sit on, and my phone, my normal phone. So when I'm tooling around on my normal phone, I can be doing diabetes management and people will not be like, is that a pager? And all that bullshit. So it's been a great system. The only problem is this thing lasts me about 2 days. It has 200 units of insulin in it, as opposed to the 300 units that the insulin pump holds, the external pump. So, well, this is an external. But anyway, this thing only has a certain number of units of insulin in it. And so if I'm not, what I'll do is on this, I'll do external injections for big meals, and then I'm eating a lot less. Well, I'm attempting to. I haven't been for the past week. I need to get back to fasting. What backup solution? Well, I've got the old pump. I've still got supplies for the old pump, so I can go back to that if I need to. And then in addition to that, I can just inject insulin. I can just inject insulin. No, you can't refill it. One of the fundamental ways that this thing is made. And we went over this any stream that I have the Omnipods out, and we'll go over it again. But the way that this thing loads itself and charges and all that stuff, you inject insulin from the backside where there's adhesive, right? So you can't get to it when it's on you. If you were able to inject it while it was on you, it would not reload. It would just simply push insulin out of the cannula. Because the way that it captures the plunger, which is over here, when you fill it, you are pushing a threaded rod that is surrounded by a brass rod, a smooth brass rod. You're pushing that into a gear barrel. And when it reaches a certain point in that gear barrel, and you start the pump, the gear barrel moves to a position, releases a spring that wraps around the threaded brass rod. And as that continues to spin, it will push out the threaded brass rod. So redoing that system would require moving the gear wheel in the opposite direction, and it fundamentally can't, because it uses a piece of memory wire to move two pawls, P-A-W-L-S, two pawls in opposition to one another. One holds back the gear, the other pushes it forward, so it has to click over. So it can't move in the other direction. It's wild. It's absolutely wild, the system that they got going on there. And it's weird how getting rid of an electric motor made it fundamentally unreversible. Now, anything is possible, right? Anything is possible. You could get the Google surgery robot and you could probably reset some of the mechanisms, but boy howdy, is it out of the purview, out of the scope of most individuals. It is a shame, really, that you can't use them twice, because that's what I would be doing. I hear there's a much larger, higher unit number version of it, but I don't know if that exists within the technology that I'm currently using. My dog now chases after me when I crunch on ice. She has crunching envy. When I crunch on ice, she charges at me. It's hilariously cute, but she has chewy envy. She likes ice cubes. I mean, ice cubes are one of her favorite things, so just getting tubes off of this stuff. All right. You guys want to get started? It's Friday. It's a rainy day. I got stuff to do. I've been doing stuff. I've been trying to fix my goddamn car, but it turns out all the efforts that I put into it get me exactly to where I started. I mean, replacing that coil pack has made the car fundamentally smoother. I think that coil pack's been going for a while. But other than that, I guess my capabilities with the car have improved slightly. I can read the computer, and I'm in a better position to solve the problem, but I think the problem is much more complicated than I thought it was, which is a problem. We're gonna need a lot of stuff today. I'm gonna pack up most of this. At least just get stuff out of the way, and then we'll get started. Because we're gonna wire up this power supply. We're gonna get most of the power supply elements ready to go, and if we're wiring up the power supply, then we need to do like cable harnesses and stuff. Or at least we're gonna attempt that. Fungineering? Well, there's a certain amount of funging that's gonna go on. That'll certainly happen today. So the things you did not see in the background were all the adjustments I made to the 3D prints. I've printed out like 3 or 4 of these things today. I mean, the other day. Where are these gonna go? I need a place for weird bolts. Silica gel, my favorite. Oh, nom, 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 nom. Boy, these things need to find a bin. I got a bunch of these too. These I bought on Amazon and they are cheap. I don't like them. I think the plastic feels a little cheap to me. 100 silicon DuPont wires. I treat those like gods. They're expensive compared to normal. I've never used those before. I mean, I've got silicon jacketed wire, but they're always cheap. Cheapy cheapy. Why you got so much nice stuff, Celia? Don't you ever cheap out on anything? Guess you got university money. Good old university grant money. My favorite. I should apply for some grants. Apparently there's some, I think Philadelphia, maybe Pennsylvania is where I have to be looking for them. Like arts grants that I think I could get. What would I be like beholden to if I did that? Why do I still have these? These are trash. Plastic garbage. For every successful part, I have like just a ton of garbage. All right. Get this out of here. Ah, no, get this back in here. Ha ba 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 ba. Bye ba ba. How now, brown cow? All right, let's see this camera. The music is Lee Majors. He's a DJ. I think is. I haven't checked up with these guys in a long time. DJ for the Philadelphia Experiment, which is this sort of music collective in Philadelphia that does a lot of like deep house kind of stuff, and his music's a little whimsical, and I enjoy having it as background. I'm using a 10-year-old, literal 10-year-old fucking Mixcloud. My nephew was born. Lee posted this mix. Good God. We're all getting old. It'll happen to you sometime too. Anyway, I'll fade out that very subtly and gently so as not to shock anybody. Hi, hello, I'm O'Bother. I'm post workout in the garage because I was still trying to fix my fucking car. I think there's like a fundamental issue with the ABS system that might be very hard to diagnose indeed. I will have to take a look at that at some point. There's a couple sensors that I have to follow up with in order to figure out what's wrong. If things are as fucksered as I'm predicting, it might end up with an ABS module circuit board on the bench looking for broken traces. They put the ABS module right next to the exhaust of the motor of their inline 6 on this particular car, and it kind of boils the ABS unit out over time, and it turns into a really, really bad issue. I'm gonna see what the computer tells me, see if it's an anomaly or see what's going on. I can get an ABS module from the junkyard, but then you don't know what state it's in. and then you have to register the VIN number, which requires the computer. But I just figured out the computer stuff, so you know I can probably do that. But I mean, push comes to shove, we can go over the circuit board in here, and maybe that'll be revealing. But I thought it was a wheel speed sensor. I'm like 99% sure that 3 out of the 4 wheel speed sensors that I pulled out of my car were bad, because I wasn't getting a shade tree mechanic reading on them. I didn't do the computer reading on it. I should have done that first. But I replaced those sensors and tested them, and then I had a bad driver's side one, a bad new driver's side one. I replaced that this morning, and then backing out of the garage, at slow speed, the ABS activated, which it should not do. So that can either be an angle sensor, or it could be a brake pressure sensor, or it can't be another wheel speed sensor. I don't have the heart for that. Well, actually I do, because all the bolt holes are just recently rebolted in, so they should be capable of being loosened. I probably should have replaced all the bolts, to be honest, because some of those bolts were basically just rust. But yeah, anyway, it's a mess. I don't know what is like more frustrating. You do all this work to your car and then you're back at square one. Anyway, car got new filters though. I smell like gas. So if the shop explodes, you'll know why. It's because the latent gas smell in all my clothes and hair got out into the atmosphere and made a perfect air fuel mixture to blow up the entire shop. And I will have gone out the way I lived, doing what I love, struggling. Anyway, so yeah, we missed Thursday. I got both of my vaccines, one in each arm, and it kicked my ass. No doubt. Hopefully nobody has any doubt in their mind that somebody with an autoimmune dysfunction would have a pretty strong reaction to a couple of vaccines. I hear the flu's going to be an absolute nightmare this year. It's straight up Merck's diabetics, so I had to get the vaccine. Absolutely, no questions asked. And yeah, it sucked for a day, but it's better than dying. So anyway, I'm here. I still am a little headachy. My tinnitus, because you'll call it tinnitus. I know you will, chat. I know chat will call it tinnitus. It's not an itis. The root derivation of the word itis. It's not. That's not what it is. It's not an itis. You can't catch it. Tinnitus is what it should be called and pronounced. Tinnitus, not itis. So anyway, my tinnitus flared up as a result of the vaccine, which is weird. I've never had that happen. I was sitting here in the shop, and usually I listen to stuff very low volume these days, so I'll have a little bit of the background tinnitus. It went up in volume like 10% to the point where it was distracting, and I'm like, why is this happening? Could be inflammation or something like that, but that went away in a day. It went away in about a day. I took a drive in the car to the grocery store, got back, did a couple things. It was less than a day. Did a couple things, and I noticed it was a lot less. So it flared up tinnitus, and then the tinnitus kind of gave up after a little while, and now I don't have it. I can't hear it right now. If I turned off the fan and I just sat here in a quiet shop listening to the rain, I would probably start hearing it again. But it weird, really weird. But yeah, no, I feel good now. Just a little headachy. What we're gonna do today, and I'm just rambling at this point. What we're gonna do today, we're gonna actually work on the power supply, burn the subs. I got a couple parts in the mail, and we should be able to put together the whole power supply, which might involve wiring stuff, not with Celia Russell's expensive wires. We're gonna use silicon jacketed wire, probably 18 gauge. I don't know how much current the 3D print driver is gonna need in 24 volts. Maybe that'll get a slightly larger gauge of wire. We don't have to keep a hotbed warm with this device. Miguel Oz, subbing 32 months. Yay, rambling. That's right. The one thing we do know is that our connector can definitely take whatever current we have to give it, because it's a D-sub connector. D-sub connectors at 12 volts can take 5 amps of current. They're insane. They've got very big pins in there. Big pins, lots of current. They're great. Fatanon linked me to a couple of power supply modules, and these are nice and uniform. They've got mounting holes on them, and then we can just use, if I can find spades that are that small, or we can just squish wire in there. Now, if you're squishing wire in these things, having like a ferrule on the end of the wire or having a spade. I mean, a spade is best for these. A ferrule on the end doesn't crush. So you, instead of having a ferrule, it's probably better to just have raw wire in there, and then this thing will crush down on the wire and get you a good connection to the metal. A ferrule, however, the clamp could happen, and it could be happening on like a point, which would potentially not give you good connection. But at the same time, the ferrule keeps you from accidentally having a stray wire go into the opposite terminal. So it's a trade-off. Generally, with this stuff, you want to have like the little fork connector on that, because then it's a flat pad and you can just squish it on that. And also you can do multiple connections on one of the screw terminals, which is what we're going to do. If we were doing an actual like controls cabinet, probably would be best to have only one connection per terminal on this thing, and then go over to a place where you can make like a distribution block on the DIN rail. But this is not that. We're not doing DIN rails, so I mean we're kind of doing DIN rails, but we're not doing DIN rails. I mean, don't look at this. Don't look at this. It's not. It is a DIN rail, but it's not. The 3D prints. So I've got the 3D printed parts. It's this thing right there and this thing right here. They turned out really well, except for the parts that you didn't see. You guys didn't see all the iterative design stuff that I did in the background. I had to tweak the parts several times in order to get the stuff to fit properly. There were just a couple little tweaks. For instance, I tried gluing the pin that would keep this from rotating. Tried gluing it. That ruined both the plate and the pin. And then I had to adjust it to fit inside of the rail, so I had to go 0.2 millimeters smaller on the whatever it is, the surround, which meant I had to print the whole thing out again. And then the position of the circuit breaker was such that it didn't press all the way in. This bar right here was in the way, which isn't really a thing that needs to happen, because when this is at the proper depth, it doesn't interfere with that. But just for my own peace of mind, I had to do an adjustment to that. So that height changed just simply because I'm me. This is going to sit like that, and then we'll have the switch and the plug input. So when everything is flipped upwards, we're good to go. If this thing draws more than 3 amps at 120 volts, this thing will pop off, bada bing, and cut off all the current. So we have just that safety margin. This will be the safety margin for the entire system, because we got this fucking bullish 24-volt power supply that is way more current than we would ever possibly utilize. Our only hope is that in the near future, when I redesign Burn the Subs, the Granite Devices controller will use enough 24 volts to justify this $1,300 new Vicor hardcore automation power supply. People use these for like big deal lasers and like big deal automation, but this isn't new. I bought this off of eBay, which is another thing. We haven't tested this thing yet. I know, it's the price tag is like ridiculous. I love eBay industrial parts, because when you look up the price tag, it's shocking. That was not an electricity joke. Remember, the F in engineering is for fun. Other things that we got to do today. These lights currently do not function on the powers, so I need to put Zener diodes on the circuit board, and we need to plug on this thing so that we can hook up all the different voltages. Probably a JST on that, because it'll lock in and, you know, it won't be easily removable. But then that needs a harness that'll connect it to 2 power supplies, this output, the little indicators on this thing, just everything, right? So we need to make up a whole wiring harness for just the power supply. So that's what we're going to work on today. Okay. That being said, what am I doing? Where are we starting? What are you guys doing here? Am I streaming? What the fuck? Okay. Let us open this up, because we need to put our other power things behind it, and we need to put the side panel on. So let us release the Vicor power supply from its cage. This is working out pretty nicely, though. I think if I theme up everything with the black plastic, I think we'll have a pretty good look. I'll keep the gray for the inside of the control panel, just because I feel like space gray looks the best with these, like the whatever they are, ribs. I don't know. Gussets. What up? One Urban One. Man, Miguel Oz for 32 months. One Urban One for 42 months. Oh my God. What was our last one? It was Dr. Plugger. That was 3 days ago. Okay, so I'm up to date. Yeah, thank you guys for subbing. Hey, you guys don't have to support this channel. In fact, you might get in trouble with the government for doing that. I mean, you know, like they're gonna come after you. They're gonna be like, listen, we know what you did. And you're gonna be like, all the guns? And they're like, no. You know this streamer? And then you run. You just run. If they say that, you run. You get the fuck out of there, okay? Or go out in a blaze of glory. But anyway, thank you guys for supporting the channel. I appreciate you very, very much. How big is the water cooling going to be this time? Well, we're using a big reservoir that I haven't found a use for yet. EK reservoir, alpha cool radiator. This is the same size we had before. The water cooling, I haven't figured out how we're going to water cool this board yet. I could possibly do a brass tube on the back of the board on the ground plane that's supposed to be cooled. We have the block that's still on the front of this thing, and then I have cutoff connectors right here. Now, I've just ordered the actual right part. These are the wrong part, the panel mount ones. They're going to look exactly the same, but these will run all the way out to the laser, and they're going to run through all the drag chain all the way out to the laser. Laser will have fewer wires running out to it, luckily. I think. Will it? I don't remember. I don't think... Well, no limit switches, so there won't be limit switch wires clogging everything up. So hopefully fewer wires running out to the thing, and then it'll also have two very small tubes running all the way out to the laser. So in order to work that, we had to upgrade the pump. So this is a little 12 volt. Is it 12 volt, right? It's not 5 volt. Yeah, 12 volt. There's a little 12 volt pump here. And I guess I could have... I could use like the latest and greatest EKWB $100, $200 reservoir that's like a little smaller than this and has all the hookups and has a pump on it. But we're gonna keep it low key, I think. We're gonna keep it low key. We're gonna use these little things, and I'll put everything together and get it running. I mean, I've got to still design all the solids that are gonna hold stuff together up there. Test on the printer next to me. 24 volt on my printer uses 1 amp at one of the coils under movement. Huh. So there's that. We're not gonna get anywhere close to the current, to the 3 amps that this thing is at. We're water cooling the laser because it's a diode laser, and it is, excuse me, it is a bunch of watts, right? There's plenty of watts on that thing. But I don't know. I just figure we've got the water cooling system. We might as well dump that heat into the water too. There's enough water in this reservoir that I don't think even if we're burning like a 100 gift sub, it will get hot. I do not think it will get hot. One of the things I still need to do is design a piece that clips onto the top of this and protects the wires. There's a Z motor on the one that takes the most weight. Well, what about with like the heater active? Was that with the heater active? Because like, you know, power supply test, when everything is active, what's the current draw? Because we will get, that will happen here. It's just we don't have heaters. That's why I don't know. I feel like I should be putting this power supply in use with a 3D printer. This is more of like a robotics and lasers power supply. This is so many amps at 24 volts. It's really not necessary to have something like this. I don't know what I was thinking when I bought it. I just don't know what I was thinking when I bought it. It's super cool because it's actually like there's like 4 modules in this thing that are doing all the regulation, all the power regulation, and they're able to produce 24 volts at 12.5 amps. One motor measured between stepper motor chip and motor. Okay, man, that's still crazy though. Okay, so here's what we designed. We're putting the circuit breaker at a right angle now. Instead of poking out of the bottom of this thing, I want to have this on the side because we had a bunch of panel space that I could utilize. I redesigned the DIN rail mount. So the DIN rail mount is now going to ride on a cross beam. And what that does is this just allows me to have the thing clip into the DIN rail like this, and then it prevents it from tilting. I have a pin in the front, and then I have the actual like bolt in the back, and that way I can adjust it without having to like take everything off. So I think that'll be pretty good. We have one beam in there already that we'll put this thing on, and then I have to somehow fit 2 more beams because these things were not narrow enough to fit side by side. Unfortunately, there's just not room for 2 of these things, even if they're up against one another. If they're up against one another, they barely fit. So I don't have many options in that regard. I mean, I guess I could do, if I stagger them like this, I guess I could put them both on one rail. But I was gonna do this. That might not fit, actually. I might have to stagger them. I might have to stagger them on one piece, because that ain't gonna fly. Yep, might have to do that. All right, we'll figure that out in a minute. Because this is going to be really right here. All right, well, let's get the cross beam out of there. See what we can figure out. Oh, I used the full thing on that. Okay. And these, by the way, these brackets down here, these brackets, and then the ones up top, these are to mount burn the subs to the wall. So I have to have relative clearance around that so I can get a screwdriver to the side of it. F in engineering stands for FLIR. Is that a joke? I don't know what that... Did you just make that comment because you had that thought? I mean, it needs, like, revising. You need to, like, go over it a little bit there. Because it's just... That's what I'm talking about with these fucking engineers, man. These smarty pants people. They don't know how to make a joke. It's just weird. I just feel awkward. I feel awkward for you. I feel awkward for me. I don't know. Oh, another purpose of this thing, by the way, is I put the plastic nuts on the end of it so that if I burn the subs down on the table, it won't scratch the table. That's kind of an important feature of this crossbeam, at least. All right, but we got to get most of this stuff out of here. We got to do a little bit of disassembly. Feature creep. That's not... See, that's another one. It's another one. It's just as fucking awkward. What is up with you guys? Awkward comments. 60 millimeters. You guys remember that for me? The F in engineering stands for fucking engineering. You just completely missed the joke, huh? Just... Is there even a joke in there? I mean, I know you didn't miss the joke, but it's like... It's so weird. You guys are awkward. Hold on, I gotta get the wrench for this. I don't think it's... Yeah, it's on the other desk. Give me one sec. Let me just grab the other wrench while I vent about you guys. Why don't you leave the talking up to oh bother? Oh man, gotta disassemble this entire thing. So 60 millimeters on that one. Gotta like lift it a little bit. I need at least one additional rail in here. I don't know if I can fit 2. I don't think I can fit these power supplies one on top of the other. I thought I was able to, but let's get the circuit breaker in first, though. Circuit breaker in first, and then we'll figure the rest out. Is this gonna work? Yeah, this will work. This will work. I'm gonna make it work. I'm gonna make it work. Wait. I have to release it the other way. The worst part is we aren't even ashamed. That's because you're unaware. It's like, what is that, Dunning-Kruger? Taking the joke past your joke is feature creep. Whew. You guys are rough. You guys are rough. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 4. Okay, let's get this thing out of the bottom here. Okay. Now I gotta put the circuit breaker onto this thing. I liked this. I thought it was a clever design, but I guess it's gone now. It dies to the gods of iteration. Iterative design did this. I want iterative design to know it was me. Gone. Dead. All right. This thing facing downwards. Circuit breaker this way. Mounts over here. You guys come on in a little closer so that I can work and so that you can see me working. I'm working. I was ready to make an I'm working here joke, but I decided against it because it wouldn't be funny. You see how that works, Chad? I don't know. Maybe you don't. Maybe you did. It's just not something that you guys can comprehend. All right, so there's that. That'll be adjusted in a minute. I'll put it way back. And then this clips to it. I guess I don't have to install it with it clipped. With the red position upwards. Okay, I can unclip that and install it like this. No, I fucked it up. I did it backwards. Oh, wait, no, but the thing's down. Yeah, like that. Is that correct? Okay, is that correct? Do it like that, and then, no, then it faces the wrong. Did I make this wrong? No, it's the kids. It's the kids' fault. Oh, no, this goes this way. Right. Okay, like that. Cool. Yeah, let me get my panel on there, actually. That's something that I can do, too. We're just taking the whole thing apart. I'm just taking it all apart. Not making unfunny jokes. I'm actually learning something today. So there was this one time that I was hanging out at the tracking device technicians like garage, right? Because they teach these kids how to install tracking devices in cars at the FBI. This is sort of it was like a field trip for me because we worked with designing the devices. And so I was talking to this guy, and that's all that was happening. It was this I think he was an agent, like one of the training guys, and I'm just like shooting the shit with him. But then I realized that he's not contributing to the conversation in any way at all whatsoever. He wasn't giving a goddamn morsel of detail back. And that's something that these guys are trained with, apparently. And it's kind of like a knack. You know, you have it or you don't. But not saying something and having somebody else somehow be totally comfortable talking to you. I'm telling this guy all kinds of stuff. Nothing illicit or illegal, obviously, because then I'd be in jail. But I didn't have anything illegal even going on. But I'm just like talking with this guy, like man, I wonder if I'm getting in this guy's good graces. And then I'm like, you know what? Holy shit! I've told this guy a lot of stuff, and he hasn't volunteered a single bit of detail in return. There's no reciprocation. So sometimes not saying something, well, I don't know. Not saying stuff is powerful magic. Wait, this one's trash. There we go. All right, simple as, right? Bam. There's the power switch. Boop, boop. That drives me crazy. Yeah, I know. It's like, how did he do it? How did this guy do that? How did he do that? How did he do it? Fucking like cast a spell or some shit. True charisma. Ground lug, I guess forward. It doesn't really, there's no real justification behind it. It could go either way, but I guess this will just be the easiest. That means that our load wire is all the way down here, though. Stop putting those devices in our vehicles. Crims just had signal jammers. Yeah, cell phone jammers were a thing for a bit, huh? There's like all kinds of different like stuff behind that, but yeah. Whatever. Pickle pizza. Oh, sorry, I just saw pickle pizza and I thought it was a great name. Don't mean to call you out. Clever. All right, I'm just trying to get there's no established threads right now, so this one has to make its own. And really, there aren't ever going to be threads on these holes. They're just pressure fit. But it's enough pressure that the screw is actually going to hold this thing in. These countersunk screws, by the way, they go perfectly with these types of what is it? This IEC? I forget what it's called. But anyway, these countersunk bits, they're perfect. They're absolutely perfect. These are the Maker Beam corner cube screws. Watch him work the crowd as he walked through a shopping mall. It was fascinating. Huh. Yeah, charismatic people are like the antithesis of most of us here. Just leave empty spaces for the other one to fill in. because awkward silences are. Yeah, the awkward silences. Yeah, that's just awkward silences. Yeah. I wish I could be charismatic. I'm too anxious. Yeah, it means putting the brakes on a lot of your habitual behaviors. You know, filling airspace and things like that. I enjoy the variety of projects that you have running simultaneously. That's, you know, it's a problem. But at the same time, it can be also a curse. I can't even take the compliment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not able to take the compliment. Hold on. I think I have to drill out these holes again. I forgot about them. It's extra awkward when they happen during monologues. Well, since I do a solo show, I have to fill airspace. So I am unable to do awkward silence or even just calm down for a second. I have to gibber in order to fill the airspace. And I hope it doesn't sound like gibbering. Silence is only awkward when somebody forcibly tries to break it. Some people are comfortable with silence. Wait a minute. This is like absolutely way too large. Hold on. I think I want the other one. This one over here. My absurdly long drill bits that I don't know why I own. That one's definitely too small, but this one is enormous. This one's way too big. Way too big. No, that's way too big. That's actually not gonna do, because it has to be like that size. That is actually just the right size. Double check with one of these. Way too big. Hold on. What's a Bulvar? Bulvar Senior, I guess. I'm looking for a drill bit. Sorry, it's off camera. I'm sorry I'm like this, chat. I'm sorry I'm like this. Okay. Python homework. Hey, Python's a fun language. You can pretty much like get into the swing of Python and come up with most kind of structures without really struggling. Like, I want this program to do this, so I want it to iterate through this, and then you know, do this, and then it comes out very much like you think, kind of. If you've been through programming before, right? Later, Keeper of Maps. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, what chats did I miss? Hold on. Awkward silences end up being self-deprecating jokes about myself. Well, that's redundant, which makes it more awkward. Yeah, that made it awkward. You're right. You're absolutely right. Hey, in the sentence that you typed and made me read, you did exactly what the sentence was describing by the redundancy of what you said. Man, that was artful. It was actually artful. I'm going to read it again. I'm going to read it again for anybody that missed it. My awkward silences end up being self-deprecating jokes about myself, which makes it more awkward. Like, I didn't even realize it the first time. Yeah. These are all things that, like, you know, you can work on. You don't have to, obviously. I'm not telling anybody that they need to do anything. It's just interesting. It's a good topic to just talk about. It's weird how easily bamboozled I was by this person that didn't give up any information at all. I kind of was like, that's really interesting. I wasn't even mad. I was like, man, if I talked about anything personal, I'd probably be arrested. Ah! This is the part of MakerBeam that's kind of tough, is getting the screws to cooperate on these rails without falling out. I'll get back to that chat in just a second here. But no, whatever, it's whatever. Everybody here is kind of an introvert, usually. I try to be charismatic for an engineer, and that made me not... Charismatic and artistic in engineering are not exactly requirements, and they end up being detrimental to one's career. So here I am on Twitch, the only place that would accept me for who I am. This is what you made me. Mostly it's because I'm just bad at numbers. I am kind of bad at math, guys. I've learned a lot of math, and I've struggled through it all, and I've worked really hard to graduate. with decent grades, but they weren't that great. I'm not all that smart. People give me a lot of credit. Just because I'm on a platform, I'm a weird fish in a weird pond. My high school concentrated on English grammar. Fat lot of good that does you. Double redundant. Coming from C, hopefully I can implement stuff in C and then import them to Python modules. The luxuries of Python and the speed of C, best of both worlds. I suppose you eventually find a development passion when the only human interaction is from passive-aggressive comments. There you go. That's pretty much Twitch. Oh god, I did. No, wait, no. It faces this way. Okay, I was about to be like, I installed it backwards again. Okay, we have to install one of these rails because I don't think I have space for two of them. If this sits here, I can't fit the two power supply modules. One of them would have to go in here. And if this is like maximum, yeah, I can only fit one. They're kind of big. I like them. They're going to be very useful, but oh man, and these tubes aren't really going to plug in all that easily either. These will be okay. I'll figure those out. Maybe they won't be okay. I might have to move them down and reprint. See, the last thing that I want to do is reprint this panel because it was a dual filament switch. So, I mean, for a little while during the pandemic, it looked absolutely, completely possible that you could have a passive-aggressive sticky note style life. It was absolutely and completely possible, but who knows? Elon Musk ordered everybody back into the office, so since he's apparently king of the entire fucking planet, at least in terms of the news cycles, I guess we're all going back. I gotta find an office to go to. You know, it's like this is where I work, so how am I supposed to go to an office? I don't know, but I guess I'm going back. Don't say that. Don't say that. He's got plenty of bullion and people with business acumen that can get him through whatever the hell he's putting everybody else through right now. Yeah, see, these just don't. See, they won't even fit like this. They won't even fit staggered. This is going to be a problem. See, if I stagger them, those holes line up. That would have been my saving grace, but now these don't allow it to mount there. So, oh man. We got to come up with something. Stinking up the place, yeah. Melon tusk. Reading chat, reading chat. Okay, I think I'm up to date. I'll miss stuff here and there, and it's nothing personnel, kid. Don't worry about. I'm gonna mount this first, even though we'll have to take it off in just a second, just because this solution has created quite a few problems, which is nothing new around here. Nothing new around here. Okay, this thing's getting fucking heavy. Hold on. You come here. Go like that. Got this giant piece of acrylic on the top of this thing that's pulling me in every direction. And I just want to vet out the 3D prints that I've done. I think I have to, I'm just going to fully unscrew these. And we'll just evaluate it. Man, I really thought these would, fucking hell. I thought these would be like a silver bullet, but I guess not. So, what is it? Flatulent Gonad linked me to a debate between flat earthers and I guess the guy's like a physics major, and it was some aggravating stuff. Oh my god. The lack of decorum in a debate, as well as the intentional just sort of brick walling of arguments and facts from the flat earthers, was extremely disheartening. I don't know what the hell those guys They probably thought they won the debate, but I didn't get through the whole thing yet. I watched it live at the end, and then I saw a little bit of the beginning, but it was just downright... I think actually this needs to face the other way. I think this needs to face this way. Dagnammit. Doggurn it. Well, easy enough to flip this thing. Miles Power or organic chemistry teacher. I'm trying to think. I don't think it was OChem guy. Both are great if you're into that type of content. I don't think it was OChem guy, but there were a lot of inability to explain like geometry to these guys, because it seems as though their fundamental misunderstanding in a lot of these cases is of principles that are being argued against them. For instance, like they didn't seem to grasp what a tangent was, because we have a giant interferometer on the planet, and it's like several miles long, right? This is a very, very big device with a very, very flat surface along the laser beam's path, because, you know, they had to pour concrete and get it to be a very straight line, because when you shine a laser out, it's not going to follow the curvature of the Earth. And of course, one of them is postulating, well, I have a theory that light actually curves towards the Earth. Okay. It's like there's a lot to unpack in that one. But so the thing about this device that we've created, this giant interferometer, when you create an interferometer and you have it facing cardinal directions like this, it can detect gravity waves. I don't think it does lateral motion. Anyway, point is, you can detect stuff with the physics of light, because light is traveling at an extremely high speed, and it's very sensitive to phase differences. And so the differences in the positions of the mirrors will cause a phase shift in the laser beam. So if you get everything lined up properly to within like microns, to within like wavelengths of one another, then you can actually infer a lot of different principles with extremely high accuracy. So the whole point of this device, well, no, in order to get this device working, those mirrors had to be very, 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 very close to one another's height. They have to basically be on the same plane. In order to do that, they had to make a very flat surface indeed. Ah, my relay! It just like fucking dove away. So anyway, the point is, this is like a 3-mile straight line where there's like a tangent point. There's like a 3-mile straight line, to which one end, possibly both ends, are 3 feet taller than the center in terms of height from the Earth, because of the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, I think at LIGO I think what they were talking about, yeah. Less than the diameter of a proton in accuracy. Oh my God. Hey, you get what you get, all right? I'm not the one who ate the burrito. So yeah, it's really, really cool science stuff, right? It's akin to the stuff that we were trying to do with the optical table here that I brutally failed at. We'll reattempt that at some point when I get more work done on the essentials around here. But so the argument that this one gentleman had was that it doesn't make any sense, because if you dropped a ball bearing at either side of that cement pad, that extremely flat cement pad, it would the ball bearings would roll towards the center. If you release the brakes, a vehicle in KSP will roll down into the middle of a runway. What? Light is attracted to flat planes. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Yeah, my evidence is it just doesn't seem right. So there was utter and complete confusion around the fact that a ball bearing, when released on either end of this 3-mile long flat plane, why it would end up rolling. And the struggle from the fellow arguing against the flat earthers was to physically explain what a flat tangential plane is. It was very frustrating to listen to, because I think with a little bit of diagramming, they could get pretty far. in at least explaining, because the guy was just like, but that doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. And that was it. Like, that was the entirety, righty-tighty, the entirety of the argument was that it just doesn't make sense. And it's like, but it does make sense. It does make sense. It might not be totally intuitive, and maybe you haven't really thought through the details, but it does actually make perfect sense. It's just crazy. Yeah, skill issue. Brain skill issue. There was a lot of that. There was a lot of very petulant arguing going on, and the host was hilarious, and I don't think I would ever be able to argue in the way that he, not the host, sorry, the guy who was debating against the flat earthers was giving them as much respect as they gave him. So when somebody would be belligerent with him or cause chaos or interrupt him, he would do the same in kind. And it caused an absolute it was just chaos by the end. It was very interesting to listen to. I don't think I would ever have the wherewithal to treat somebody I'm debating with the same as they were treating me. I don't think I would be able to do that. You know, like interrupting them the same way they do me, things like that, because I just don't notice that stuff. I just don't notice it. I'm just going to partially tighten this. I just want to take a look at the control panel, see what kind of space we have on the other side there. Let's put the power supply back up. This is, of course, the service position. Assume the service position. A feedback loop of disrespect. Yeah. I mean, at a certain point, it's not your priority to be educating people on how to run like a good debate, right? Like, you don't have to be a teacher in every circumstance, and that would not click with me because you're actually respectful. That's the other thing. Hey, Demi, how you doing, Demi? Speaking of respectful, look at that sark emote. Beautiful. It's gorgeous. How's it going, Demi? Ermagerd. Yeah, there you go. Seeing a lot of Djibouti emotes today, too. I haven't caught up with Djibouti yet. I don't know what they're up to these days. They're doing cool stuff. Every now and then I see a tweet from Louis, and I'm like, they're still at it. Good for you. Good, my man. It's Friday. Dude, it's like in Philly, it is a humid Friday, and it's raining too. Raining and humid and not cold. You expect it to be a little bit cold, like, because it's fucking raining and humid. Nah, we don't get any of that. It's like warm. I'm like sweating right now. I'm always sweating. I am the sweatiest. Hello? Ugh, do I have to do the bottom screws? I don't know. Let's take a look at the side panel, see what it looks like. Oh yeah, it's gorgeous. Look at that. Looks OEM. I'm in Kentucky and that's 100% our weather. Yeah, it's like when it rains and then there's just like steam. You're just like, this isn't fair. This is not fair. Oh, I just unseated the thermal camera. Thermals, get back on there. Even if you're a little crooked. Oh, copper. Did score below 100 on my IQ test, but I guess someone has to. Yeah, you're doing your part for statistics. For the sake of statistics. Super weird here. Temps around 12°C all day and night because it's super cold. Tiny drops of rain that gets everywhere and ice wind. Oh, yeah, those little, yeah, when there's just like little suspended particles of water in the air. Aside from there being no indicator that you've turned this thing on, this is uneven. Why is... What the fuck? Wait, No, now it's even. Okay. There's just a little bit of wiggle. Why is it? Is that off? Do I need to check the files now. I need to close the Fusion 360 on the other computer, and I need to make sure that that thing is centered properly. My God. All right, let's close Fusion 360 here. Why is that off? Why is that off? All right, save everything. It's going to take half hour to save. Close that. Let it upload. We'll open it up over here. Needs a glue fix. No, I don't want to do that. Foos. No, not foodus. Foos. There we go. Let that start up. It's gonna lag the computer a little bit. This poor computer is doing the best it can. What up, Matt Hill? This is called Burn the Subs, and what this is a automated XY table. Hey, Pyro. Automated XY table. It's hooked up to the Twitch API, and it burns the names of subscribers onto itself using a Raspberry Pi, and now a Clipper-controlled 3D printer driver. So these are all the upgrades that I've been meaning to do to burn the subs for quite some time. Right now, we're working on the control panel, which is this oddly narrow panel that goes next to the big XY setup. See, there's the big XY setup. It's sitting behind me. That's that live edge piece of board over there next to the milling machine. That is going to be filled with what will look like a word cloud of names by the time it fills up. We've had 2 boards already, and they've filled up. So we're going to try to do all the improvements, which has taken me, goddamn, it's taken years. I've been working on a lot of other projects. We finished the steering wheel project, which took more than several months of streaming to get done. But now that we've finished that, I've been able to break off and finally reprioritize this. Are the full boards for sale? I haven't really thought about what to do about that, because no, they're not, because there's only one of each one. They form a backdrop to my desk. The databases are on the GitHub sites for the 2 projects. So that is available to you guys. Is that even? That it's gotta be even. I'm gonna measure from here to here. And it doesn't matter that it's crooked. It's 3.132. And then I'm gonna measure here to here. That's 3.132. Okay, so it is even in the files. I don't know why it's sliding up and down. There might be just a little deviation between the designs of the two switches, like the one that I bought versus the one that I actually have in the model. Okay. What would I even price the board as? Each entry to the board cost $5. You want to spend, you know, well, how many? Weren't there like 6,000 on one of the boards? Oh, that's a lot of money. I should sell them as like pure art to an art gallery. They would not be out of place at an art gallery. Ugh. Especially considering some of the artistic licensing you guys take in your Twitch names. So, all right, let me get this fully bolted in, and then we'll see about fitting the other power supplies in. Why? Why isn't that screwing in? What's going on? Hold on. Donate the funds? Hell no. Why would I ever do something as psychotic as donating the funds? Where's the fun in that? Donate the funds. You guys are full of jokes today. Hilarious. I'm a capitalist, indeed. The fuck is that line? Anyway. Man, the plug sticking out from the bottom of this is going to be kind of unsightly, isn't it? Why is this not working out? It looks like holes need to be spaced a little bit better. Weird. Why is that so difficult to do? Now it's working, so at least we got that. Or at least we got that going. Get the other one, get that started before I tighten everything down. Yeah, this one too is going to be kind of difficult. It's like the spacing on these it's a little wider than what is listed on the data sheet. Donate, start your own 501c nonprofit, and then dedicate 99% to operating costs. That's kind of how I run right now. I think you guys overestimate the amount of revenue that's finding its way to me. That's almost stripped. That screw did not show many signs of tightening. That one does. This one doesn't, though. Maybe I'm just not going far enough? Nope, it's pretty much almost stripped. Oop. I mean, I could flip burgers and make a lot more money than what I do right now. Praise be to the burger flippers. Okay, so aside from the covers, this is what the front's going to look like. One side, we have the hookups for water. We have the hookup for all the powers and all the power and stuff like that. You know, all the board, basically. The entire board is going to hook up there. And I've got my status lights, which are visible from the side. And it's going to be the side that I will basically be sitting at when I'm sitting at my desk. So flipping it over, we have the power button, circuit breaker, and 120 volt input. Those are out of the way. They're not easy to brush. They're going to be out of view, but they will be vital to turning on and off the board. Now, when this thing activates, it'll be during stream time. So there's a possibility that I could either put a button on this thing in order to activate it, or I can actually do, what was I going to say? Or I could have I could have a physical button on this thing, or I could activate it through, for instance, like Node Red, which has the ability to know when OBS is broadcasting. And that's sort of the idea behind that. What up, Guano Soba? Right, so there it is. And there it is. There it is, chat. These things are huge. And it's tough to see where I'm going to be able to fit them. Man, they're the entire height of the panel, too. I need room behind this in order to have wires. I don't know if I have space for these. I can't move this thing much. There's enough room for tubes here. I need to put my video monitor back up so I can actually see it while see what I'm actually showing you guys. But how in the world am I gonna make this work? There's enough room for just the module to slip down here, but that's not really that useful to me. I could have it like here. It's not really gonna work. It would require too many rails to mount. Yeah, too much. I could cut these down and get rid of the wings and put them side by side on one rail that would go across the top. But then the bulk, the actual weight of the thing wouldn't be supported. It would be like this really flimsy angle iron here. Really flimsy angle iron. That, I don't know if that's advisable. I mean, there are these nice wings that you can mount these things with, but I don't have any ability to use them because these have to go side by side to fit. They have to go all the way up here, and they have to go side by side. Oh, man, I gotta modify them. I hate modifying stuff. I really do. Because if something fails, I want to be able to just reorder it and plop it back into the design. But I cannot fit these. Let me think for another minute before I actually go and cut off the sides of these things. I can't really rearrange stuff here to fit more. Even just scooching this thing down a little bit isn't going to make that much of a difference, because if I did have to mount both of these and I did them staggered, no, they can't do staggered because the little wings don't let them fit. Is he talking about soda popping? I vaguely know that that's a Twitch streamer. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe they never existed at all. There's no other way for me to do this unless I get different power supply modules. These I got very specifically because, one, Fatanon linked to them, and two, they have big screw terminals on them, and they're pretty powerful. I mean, we've got 12 volts at 10 amps, and then 12 volts at 5 amps. I bought the wrong one. This is supposed to be 5 volts, 12 volts, 5 amps, 12 volts, 10 amps. So now I have two 24 to 12 converters. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Wait, just hold on. Just wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. $24 volt, 5 volt converter. Biznet 5 volt converter, $10, 5 volt, 1224 to 5. Let me double check what I ordered. I'll do that on face cam. I don't want you guys knowing what kind of weird shit that I order. Is it even gonna know that this is me? Oh, it does, yeah. 24 volt to DC, 12 volt, 10 amp, 24, okay. 1224 to 5 volt, 5 amp converter. They sent me the wrong thing. This is a 12 volt, 10 amp, 5 amp, 12 volt, 5 amp. Yep, they sent me the wrong thing. EA60-12V. And I was supposed to get... It doesn't have a doesn't have like a model number on it. They sent me the wrong thing. Ah, shit. This is the one that I put the clippers up to. So I don't think I can return it. There's now a physical problem with it. Well, there goes. Well, it's $10. I'm just gonna buy another one. Do I trust these guys? I don't think I trust the same seller. I'm gonna find a different one. Yeah, let's find a different seller, which would be the one that I pulled up. That's it. Hey, I'm saving money. This one's $9.59. I saved a quarter. 5 volts, 3 amps, 5 volts, 10 amps, 5 volts, 5 amps. How much 5 volts are we going to use? Here's some money for another one. Ah, there it is. Thank you for the Prime. Chester Willett, I appreciate that. Out of interest, for $10, you can buy like 2 Big Macs, but I can buy 5. That wasn't really that interesting, though. It's just more of like a brag. Oh yeah, you guys. Yeah, I know it's tough to order from Amazon in other countries. For us, it's like we don't have a choice. It's 24 volt or oh, that's so hard to read. Why red on black plastic? That's impossible to read. I know you guys can't see this, but I'm about to order something, so I really don't want you guys to see my computer screen. Who wants to order Big Macs? It's true. Big Macs used to, I don't know, it used to be good. I don't know, all the McDonald's around here are bad. They're not good. Yeah, if the stuff that you need is in like normal stores, I would be counting your blessings about not being able to order from Amazon. You just can't find this kind of stuff in stores. Micro Center maybe, but they're not quite gonna have what you need unless you want something that's just from like a generic kit. 5 volt, 10 amp, 50 watt. 10 amps is a lot of 5 volts. What do we need 5 volts for? It's for the Raspberry Pi. That needs 2 amps max. 5 volts. The indicators are 12 volts. Oh, the Nortec screen, the VFD screen is 5 volts. And then the 3D printer is going to take 12. But that screen is going to take like, I don't know, a couple hundred milliamps. It's not going to take 10 amps. Maybe 5 volt, 5 amp would be the, that would be where the smart money is, right? Ordering from Amazon Norway, get the special Norway tax. Ugh. They charge double price in shipping. Ooh. Wonder if there's a McDonald's in Antarctica. Let's see. Yeah, if only we had some kind of like a search engine that you could look that up with. All right, I guess we're gonna do 5 amps. I'm gonna do 5 amps. Oh, we got plenty of, you know, and the fan. which is a couple milliamps. The pump is 12 volts. So the 12 volt, we need the higher amperage 12 volts, which is 12 volts, 10 amps. That should be enough 12 volts for everybody. I mean, you know, that pump is going to take quite a bit. Yeah, 5 volt, 5 amp. Okay. Just fucking send it to me, Amazon. Here's a $10 bill. I can't believe that. They sent me the wrong freaking power supply. That's okay. This thing is going to be roughly the same size because it's just one of those things. So I'm going to get that on Sunday. All right, back to what I was doing. So to fit the two of these things, I guess I'm going to have to go side by side. There's really not that much space. I thought they would be a little bit smaller than they were. I'm not necessarily terribly disappointed that they are this size. At least they can handle all the current. Are these off? Why are these off? Did this... Why are those off? Glad I didn't reprint that. Because they... I guess a step broke. Yeah, one of the steps broke, and for some reason the bubbles... We gotta fix that before we move on. I don't want an error in my 3D model. Like, see, look, those are fine. But then these are not. They're like completely weird and broken. What happened? All right, I guess I gotta take a look at the sketch that defines them. I gotta scroll through this mess of a history and find which one has, there we go. Those are not, those are centered. Wait, those are centered. Those aren't. What's going on? Wait a minute, what happened? Why are they off? And yet in the sketch... There. I had to remind AutoCAD. I had to remind it of what it was supposed to be doing. Now, the timeline can confuse it sometimes. All right, Control S. Save that before it breaks. This drawing is like not enough butter spread over too much toast. It is a little sus. It was a little sussy-bussy. Right. So, this thing I can't really get away with moving at all. It doesn't really get out of the way. Shit happens in a bunch of CAD. There's a regenerate command in most of them. Yeah, it might have been something where if I press play on the timeline or something, it would fix itself. I guess what it needed was for me to confirm that step, because otherwise things would move around. Why is that see-through? Why can't I see the grid through that? I can see the grid through that plastic, but I can't see the lettering on the other side. That's trippy. Weird. Oh, it's because the grid is actually, yeah, it's transparent. It was in front of the camera. I see now. I see why. I thought this meant I was looking through it and seeing the grid, because it kind of looks like that, but it's actually the grid is between the camera and the object, because we're viewing through the ground. Okay. Anyway, okay, so that's all fixed. So if I need to re-export that solid, everything will hopefully be in the right spots. Did we narrow these? I think I narrowed those. I did all the edits live just so that I wouldn't be faced with what I'm looking at right now, which is like, if I want to reprint this, I wonder if I've done all the stuff that we've discovered that's wrong with it. All right, so the regulators are pretty big. They're pretty large objects. They're reliable, but they're pretty big. We got to figure out how those are going to fit. And then I guess I don't want to modify one of them, but I can modify the other. The 5 amp, this one right here, is the wrong thing. They sent me the wrong freaking thing because somebody mistook the amps for the volts. So this is supposed to be a 24 volt / 12 volt to 5 volt, however many amps. Damn it. EDA 120 12 volt, EDA 60 12 volt. It's not worth $10 for me to complain and get another one, unless they would Unless they would just send it to me without asking questions, which they won't necessarily do. So I'm not even going to bother. I'm not even going to bother. Maybe one day we'll find a use for it. Unfortunately, we don't have... I can't just put one of these in here. I need two of them in here. Oops, hold on. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. All right. So, 5-volt supply, 12-volt supply. There's no way to get them to fit unless I somehow pulled a hat trick and, I don't know, crammed them down like that. That's getting my low and high voltages a little too close. To chase back to eliminating bots. You guys can't see it, but he's in the background. All right. That's really disappointing that these are like just the wrong dimension. But if I clip the sides, if I clip these sides off, then I can fit them next to each other. The only problem is that they're sitting on a very fragile piece of plastic tab. I mean, this tab is really only supposed to hold, like, what is it supposed to do, even? Because these are the ones that are supposed to take the weight of the object. These are just kind of there. Mod it. It's potted. It's a potted circuit. If I did, I would have to dig it out of the epoxy and then break down the epoxy and the surround. We got nothing to lose with this other one. Let's try it. Let's see what happens here. The only thing that like I disagree with is I don't want to modify these components because this is a system. This is systems engineering. This is where I wax. I don't know. This is where I get to pontificate about my actual major, I guess. I didn't really major in systems engineering. I just happen to get jobs in it all the time. Anyway, systems engineering is where you have a bunch of stuff that goes together and it makes something that does engineering or works or whatever, right? So you have a bunch of components that go together in order to make burn the subs. And the thing about the hardware of the components of burn the subs is that if something goes wrong, I am under the gun to get it back up and running. So as such, I don't want to have to take an entire day out of my day today in order to break down an object and modify it to work in the system. I want to be able to get the thing, undo the bolts, do the bolts, plug it in, turn it on, back in operation. So, no, it's not a line in the sand. It's just the way you put together something like this. You want it to function at all times. The modified power supply is not why we're here. So I won't accept heavy modifications to like, you know, the reason we're here is so that robot arm moves around on a board. So if I need to be artisanal about the board and make the board be the one-of-a-kind thing, that's fine. I don't want to make the components that go into the system to be one-of-a-kind. I want them to be swappable. But since we did get sent the wrong thing, I'll open this up. There's a Burger King in Antarctica? That's pretty cool. Clip the 2 internal wings and screw a backing plate across the 2 remaining. Well, what I was going to do is clip off the wings and use the front mounts, even though it's not strong by any means. It's possible that I could just put a clip on the back that would sit on another rail. So I could have the front bolted onto a rail, and then I could have like a clip on each of these without the wings on it. And I just have to kind of eat my own principles there in terms of having the wings or cutting them off. I'll just open up one of these and see what's in it. Might as well. A little $10 mistake. That's what my parents used to call me. Our little mistake. These are good at ripping stuff apart. Here, let me get my view back where it was. Yeah, God, I have so much troubleshooting to do for the ABS system on my car. It's been a problem since I got the car, by the way. The analog brakes. They've been a problem for some time now, and always the same symptoms, which is randomly activating at low speed. So I thought, wheel speed sensor, you know, that makes sense. That wasn't it. I don't think, anyway. We'll find out in like a week, but it doesn't appear to have been it. That ain't it, kid. That ain't it. I'm just like I'm peeling this thing like a freaking tin can. There's no seam on this. I think everything is dropped into the pot, and then they fill it with this is a Celastic. It's not actually like an epoxy. Watch the signals with an O-scope. I can hook up the computer. It'll do the same thing. It'll just tell me the data that's coming back out of the sensors, and then I can see if there's any weirdness. Luckily, it's at low speed, right? That's where this problem is happening. So I don't need to. I can roll the car and look at the laptop, and hopefully I don't crash into something. Or I can have a friend drive the car, but that requires a friend, and I don't have any of those. How is this thing? I'm feeling this thing is like held in by. Nope, it's not. Okay. Well then, so that's our power supply. It is a, you know how engineers like to talk about the black box, you know? What's in the black box? I don't know. We'll never know. Well, here it is. In the flesh. This fleshy box. I should stop talking now. So I'd have to do some archaeology in order to get into this thing. Yeah, I'll make Willow drive the car. That's a good point. This is going to make an absolute fucking mess of my desk, isn't it? Just going to get shit everywhere. I guess they wanted it to be weatherproof. I don't think boiling it works against Celastic like this. This isn't this is the soft like silicone rubber. I don't even think the soldering iron could do anything against this. This is just a matter of just peeling it off. Of course, it stresses out the electronics too, but I don't know how much through-hole stuff there is in this design. Hey, it's coming off pretty clean. Now, if I put two of these in their own case next to each other, that could work too. This thing isn't exactly going outside. I know a guy with a dead blow hammer. Yeah, it's me. I got a dead blow hammer. It's actually upstairs. I haven't taken it downstairs yet. Still working on my car, so. I was using, to try to get the wheel speed sensors off of the rear, since there was institutional grime holding it together. I was using a dead blow hammer with one of those hammer wrenches, and didn't work. What those things are supposed to do is they put forward pressure on the bolt while trying to unscrew it. Air hammers are more fun. I was just using a mallet. The dead blow feels better when you really have to, like, harass something. Did I just take a piece of the circuit board off? I did. Took a little piece of the circuit board with me, huh? Ugh, I don't like this stuff. Using brute force to get it off. Ugh. 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 But yeah, apparently you're supposed to be able to just wail on this thing, and as you're hitting against it, it's trying to move, so it tries to go like that in order to unbolt the thing. But it's just not, it just didn't do it. It didn't work. It didn't do anything. So frustrating. And in the end, it just, I just put the wrench against it and sheared the whole thing off. Huh? What have I told you guys about making jokes? Oh, where'd the guitar pick go? Damn it. I use a guitar pick to try to peel up some of this stuff, since my nails and fingers are not having this. Okay, what's going on here? Go back into the... Oh, maybe it's that. There we go. It was like slightly misaligned. It just wouldn't cooperate. All right, back to what we were doing. Guitar pick. Celastic. Fantastic. Bombastic. Jurassic? Oh my god! Dinosaurs! I think there are big leads on this, and I think maybe those are where... Yeah, there we go. Felt that. Felt that decouple. I don't think there's going to be a lot on this board. That's the thing. You just kind of have to get under it and separate it. How many different company names have we seen on this thing? The Amazon listing in one company, the front had a different company, and now the circuit board is a third. Who even built this? All right, there's some surface mount stuff, and I think that's what's capturing most of this. Oh, there's a giant toroid in the middle. Okay, that'll do it too. Whew. Bosch, Denso, Toyota. Yeah, exactly. VW, Audi, Lamborghini, Presto Changeo. So I guess what this thing is doing is it's turning the DC, it's oscillating the DC, putting it into a... Oh, man, hold on. My hands are turning into claws. Hand cramps from diabetes. So it is oscillating the DC, putting it into a coil, a toroid. But the toroid's only 2 leads, so I don't know. Yeah, doesn't make much sense. It would oscillate it and then step it down and then put it through... Why would it be putting it through a single toroid? I got to brush up on how those things work. Yeah, all right, so there's all the electronics. Whew, man. Does that look adjustable? Well, there's probably a sense resistor in there, but remember, when reverse engineering something, part numbers are going to be your absolute best bet. So what we want is this IC right here. I want a part number for that, because this whole circuit that we're looking at right now, that's just going to be in that data sheet. Now, this could be a Chinese-built circuit, or Chinese-built surface mount voltage regulator, in which case usually the data sheets are only in Chinese and it's like impossible for me to get info from. You can use a translator on those sometimes to get good results. There's like a powdery substance here, and I think maybe they might have gone the extra mile on their celasticing here in order to make sure that we can't get a part number off of it. They may have ground off the information, but sometimes they don't do it enough. Sometimes there's not quite enough grinding going on. I mean, there's never quite enough grinding going on in this world, but they don't quite grind it enough to get rid of the lasered markings. This is looking like a powder on top of it, though. And I probably would need a little bit of liquid, like something to maybe goof off might do. Let's try it. See if we can't figure out what the part number here is. This has triggered my reverse engineering instincts. Whew. I'm sweating. It's not cold today, even though it's rainy. It was a warm and rainy night. Nope, I ain't see shit. I have this weird instinct that's telling me that my gut is telling me that they probably sanded this off, because it is looking pretty powdery. Take a look under the microscope. Nice guitar pick tool. Those are sent in by Twisted Sister, a frequent gifter of this channel, source of some of the parts. The board that's gonna run Burn the Subs is via his generous contribution. Friend of the show. Yeah, it looks like they used a different celastic. They actually used like an epoxy on this. Look at that. No part number at all, huh? Now, this is where if you were absolutely trying to figure out like exactly what chip they used, if you really needed to know, you could map out the circuit, right? Make a schematic for the circuit, and then look up a couple voltage regulator circuits until you find something with nigh on the exact same schematic. Because that's all they do with these things. That's all you got to know. For a product like this, what they did is they said, what is a good voltage regulator that would produce the voltages that I need? And then they look in the data sheet, and the data sheet says, hook it up like this. And they go, okay. And then they put a big terminal on the end, and then they buy a plastic surround to fill with caulk. And they just put the two together. Bob's your uncle. But I was looking to see if we could pull up an exact data sheet to see if this would be modifiable. Because if it is modifiable, and I'm sure it is, then we could make a 5.1 volt regulator out of this thing. There is what looks like pads for a potentiometer over here. But again, without a data sheet, I'd be feeling around in the dark to try to figure out how to put it together precisely. And they either ground the chip. I think what they did is they ground the chip and then put like an epoxy over top of it. Because this stuff is not soft. This suddenly gets into hard epoxy. And it's powdery. It's very powdery. Scrape it with a knife. I mean, yeah, maybe it is like a generic IC, but you never knew. You never know, homie. Drive slow, homie. Oops. Hi. This is like an uncomfortable spot to work. Let me work my way over here. All right, there we go. We can get closer, but I don't think we need to. Nice dry scraping action, huh? Who's that emote? I can't even see what that is. The IC that tracks what you're doing and takes over the system. Oh, you mean the one that they put in between the layers of the circuit board? Yeah. Just like I now have, what, several microchips fighting over my interstitial fluid, I guess, in my body because of all the vaccines that I've gotten. Get that 5G. And now I've got the bivalent 5G, so I guess I get better reception, or maybe my data rates have changed or something. I don't know. I think we're going to find silicon before we actually... We're going to find the substrate of the chip itself if I keep doing this. This is also a very dull blade today. Yeah, that's the chip that I'm scraping right now. So they either put epoxy over top of it or they ground off, because this rough surface is indicative of grinding. They'll do this a lot on these generic products, is they just grind over it. The part number's often on the die. Yeah, I'm not getting into that kind of archaeology. So after dissolving the grind, yeah. I mean, I could probably take a file to this and get down to the port, get down to the level that will reveal the chip without damaging the chip. But why do they bother? Because of dickheads like me going into their product and trying to figure out what it is. Trying to figure out what chip they use, so I can copy their work or modify their product. And you have a number of reasons. Yeah, mostly because they're dicks. they're just mean-spirited people. The reason I'm still scraping this is I'm seeing if it's a layer of epoxy on top. I don't think it is. I think it's a ground chip, but I'm just in case. I'm take it a little further and see if it'll. Because sometimes what'll happen is you'll run into a surface like this and you scrape it a little bit, and then like a whole chunk of epoxy will pop off, and you see a little bit of a part number under that. I've had it happen. I mean, the way the times that I would see this being done, it was because they wanted to mask the design so that it would befuddle literally us, which it did not, because you would go to the level of observing the circuit around the chip. We saw circuit structures that were unique to specific chips so much that when they would grind the chip, you would still see that circuit structure and go, oh, it's this chip. Like, you just know what it is. It's like, why would you grind the chips? You're not really doing anything. Yeah, I think I'm just like scraping away layers of chip here. So this is always ground down. Well, with the picks, yeah, it was the clocks and the I don't know about the programming, but picks get power like in the middle, which is weird. And so you'd see that and be like, ah, this is a microcontroller. Because usually the only time you're befuddled by things like that was with a microcontroller. And the other chips, like for instance this power chip, you have a very common circuit structure that would go in and out of this thing. So if you map out that circuit structure, there are not a large amount of chips that you would be looking up. I mean, I guess there are, but there are like some like unique chip. You know, you'd find a family of devices that work in a particular fashion, and they would have the same circuit structures on either side. So that's what you do in the event that you had to know what the chip is. We don't had to know what this chip is. I am just doing this because we have this piece that I'm never going to use, and we might as well do a little reverse engineering on it because that's what I do. It's what I do. It is a shame though, because if for instance, like, it would be like a capacitor and a resistor or something, or maybe that one there, maybe that one there, and we would just swap it and figure out what, you know, the effect. It does look like a current sense resistor. I don't know why you would have a current sense resistor on this thing, because this isn't a current controlled power supply. This might just be, but that's 10 ohms. You wouldn't have a 10 ohm resistor on a cap as a bleed off. I don't know. Smoothing? Who knows? That is like a pretty high wattage one though. Damn. Well, oh well. That's garbage. Garbage, garbage, garbage. And like I said, I didn't want to make a huge mess, but now I've got this pile of awful caulk on my desk. Get this off of my desk. I don't want to see this on my desk. Damn, now we don't have the power supplies that I wanted. And they don't fit. I mean, I guess if I do something like go to Pololu or look for a different type of power supply, but these things were reasonably high amperage. That's, I mean, I guess we don't need super duper high amp, but. Oh, is it 1 ohm? 10 with 0 zeros. Yeah, you're right. You're correct. I'm just moving quickly. Yeah, 1 ohm, which does make it a current sense resistor. Usually current sense resistors are very low ohms. That's a little high for a current sense, but 1 ohm is still very low for any other purpose. And it's a direct multiplier. If you observe that with a multimeter or a scope, the multiplication is very easy. Yeah, 0.1 is, I think, the ones that I have too, or 0.01. I don't think, maybe not 0.01, I don't know. Why would you be sensing current on this though? Maybe it just has overcurrent protection. So if you ask for too many amps from this thing, it'll just stop. I don't know why it's that. I wouldn't expect an SO8 chip to be that advanced though. Unless there's something hiding in the circuit. No, there's nothing hiding. Oh well. Ugh. More waste. More electronics waste. Pulse skipping? Actually, I could save these terminals and maybe use them later. All right, to the junk bin this goes then. We've spared another circuit from the garbage, although most of the stuff surrounding the circuit went to the garbage. I mean, if only I could find one of these bricks that did 5 and 12. There's no reason why I shouldn't be able to. Server verification warning. Unable to validate a security certificate. Hey, trust it anyway. I don't care. Hold on. I'm opening up Amazon again. See if we can't find 24 volt to 12 volt, 5 volt. I wouldn't expect them to be able to do this, I guess. E-boot. What? Yeah, these are probably too big. That's, huh? No. It's pretty much just that, huh? Maybe, what else can I look up? I just straight up Google it. We'll see if there's anything that resembles the family of products. 24/12. That's not what we're looking for. Really, because these are used a lot in solar. E-boot is when you get an email saying you're fired. I've been e-booted. They booted me. 3 amp, 5 volt, 12 volt, 24 volt to 9 volt, step volt, double volt, volt up to the volt down. Bada bing, bada volt. Nah, easy EDA. Somebody probably makes it, but it's probably, I mean, 120 volts to 5 volts and 12 volts. You can find these brick style modules all day. Since these are common in solar, you should be able to find it, but it seems like people would do just, you know, what I would do, which is double up the modules in order to get everything up and running. I would hope that there would be like a smaller version. 1224 to 5 volt, 10 amp. I want 24 to 12 and 5 volt. I'm just going to see. Google is just going to get confused and give me all the same stuff. What in the hell is this? What fresh hell is this? See, this won't fit under the power supply. Most of these are going to be for solar, aren't they? That's not going to... What the fuck is... Okay, oh, this is for like your... Because cars run at like 13 to 14 volts. I've seen people try to lower an input voltage with a string of diodes. Yeah, Google has fallen... not really fallen, but the quality of Google searches is difficult, and there's some things you can do to kind of preserve that old school quality that it had. One of them is going to where is that? Was it in tools? Yeah, tools, and instead of all results, verbatim. But I don't know if I'm quite going to get the right stuff for that. And generally, I like to work in like Google Images and things, so. Forums.raspberry Pi. I don't want to make my own circuit. I want a modular thing. I want to drop something in that I can buy again. Delete the 24 volt, 12 volt, and 5 volt and 3.3 volt tags and discontinue. Okay. Step down transformer for aircraft. No. Free shipping on AliExpress. That means you get it sometime next month. Nah. I mean, if really, pololu. But I don't think they have multiples. They would have a power supply that's small enough, though. Voltage regulators. Step down. Input voltage. New and preferred products. So, 15 amps. Jesus. 15 amps is a little bit much. $60. Well, that's a little bit much, too. 10 amps, max input voltage 50. This is the one that I bought for the steering wheel project because I think we have a 48 volt power supply. So we have a 48 volt power supply and I needed 12 volts to come out of it. So I had to use a $30 voltage regulator board in order to create the LIN bus voltage of 12 volts. It's a good power supply. This is a different one, actually. These is good power supplies, though. If I wanted to, I guess I could spend $40 on these things and make a little board, and then it wouldn't be too large for my purposes. And I could use the terminals from the circuit board that we just tore apart, and then everything would fit, but then I would have another custom circuit sitting inside of this thing. I don't know. I don't know if I want that. I think these have a volt OK LED on them too. So I could run that to a header, and then I could have that plug into the side panel. Switching step-down buck regulator input voltage from 4.5 to 50 volts and efficiently reduces it to 3. Jesus. Board measures only 1 inch by 1 inch. Well, we have room for that. I mean, that's the size of one of the squares on the desk. Maybe we have to make a circuit to do it. And that way, if I order like 2 of each, that's $100. No way. No way. Spending $100. What else do we have? Oh, God, they're getting more expensive. What is this one? 1 amp. That's not enough. 1 amp's not enough. I've become addicted to amps. Let's scroll down and hopefully they have something. How many amps do I need? I don't know. We have this pump. That's going to take up a significant amount of current from the 12 volts. It's, 12 volts, 4.8 watts. So calculator, I love it when they just don't give you the detail. So 4.8 watts over 12 volts, 400 milliamps. That's a lot for the pump, but so we'll give that half an amp. Raspberry Pi is like 2 max, but that's not a 12 volts. The 12 volts is also, where else is 12 volts going? Goes to the pump, goes to the fan. The fan's like 300 milliamps is like way overdoing it. So let's say all the fans in the entire system, 300 milliamps. So that's like 2 amps max, right? If we're really pushing our numbers off of 12 volts. For 5 volts, we have the Raspberry Pi. That is significantly more hungry. I do not know if that takes 2, but I know it's 5.1. It really wants 5.1. Fatanon is totally confident that the 5-volt regulator will be good for the Raspberry Pi, and it won't set off voltage alarms. Copy the design and order some pieces from someplace like jailed PCB. No way! I would support Pololu more than anything. I love Pololu. They have all the like modular stuff that you could ever want to build a robot, essentially. And these are some, like, the Pololu power supplies are amazing. They're really, really well built. I mean, I know I could copy their design, but it's like, it's so shady. Also, the chip that they use, you'd probably just copy that design. I mean, you could spread out a little bit. You wouldn't have to make it into a tiny little module like these. This is the one that I bought for steering wheel, I believe. Yeah. And I guess they have a pin for a voltage OK pin, but it's still $20. Yeah, you guys are wondering why they grind off the names of the chips. Well, the thing is that was a potted circuit. That wasn't even supposed to be taken apart. So yeah, just thinking about how to power everything. Those are older products, new preferred. Max input voltage 36, $7. All the voltages, not a lot of amps. So 1 amp. When we get into 2 to 4, that's when we get into the $20 category. So I think I'm priced out of this. I don't think I want to spend all that money. Plus 12 to minus 12 to get 24 out of the... I don't want to put a computer power supply in this thing, though. We already have a 24-volt power supply that's going to provide us with more current than we could ever even possibly imagine. So I'm going to use what I've got as much as I can. We spent $10-ish on another one of these big things. We know 2 of them aren't going to fit. That's why I'm humoring the alternative of having like a circuit board in there. Because if I built a circuit board with some Pololu boards on it, it wouldn't be big. It wouldn't take up all that much room. But I wanted to have big screw terminals and everything kind of spaced out under here so that I could work with it. Put them on standoffs so I can only get to them from behind. Nah. None of this is really appealing to me. I was hoping I could have all the terminals under the wings here. I'm just thinking, chat. It seems like it would be, I don't know, it should be a thing that exists, like multiple output. 24 volt converter, dual output. 1224 DC to dual 5 volt USB. No, no, these are not at all what I'm looking for. DC to DC, positive and negative, voltage buck boot, no. D-Rock, micro boost voltage, no. Yeah, it just doesn't, either I don't really know the terms to search, or it's just not a thing, which is why, you know, a couple modules being fed from 24 volts could be a way to go with this. It's just that I don't want to build that circuit board. Also, I would buy $40 worth. I would be using $40 worth of regulators. I would want to have extra parts. So that's unfortunately I can't have extra parts with that scheme. $60. What is so special about you? Why are you $60? Because you use an expensive voltage regulator chip and big transistors. Look at that. So in order to make the capacitance, they are doubling up they're paralleling the capacitors. Basically, you're splitting up your plates of the big capacitor in order to put a bunch of small ones on there. I don't know if that's a great idea, because if you lose a couple of these, it can end up cascading and failing all the others. During normal operation, this product can get hot enough to burn you. Oh, even with very light loads, the regulator can run very hot. Oh, well, that's neat. Yeah, see, this says power good, ground, enable, ground, and then voltage out. What is mod? Module input is pulled low internally, which selects a fixed frequency operation by default. This pin can be driven high to override fixed frequency operation to reduce the quiescent current. So it's kind of like a power save mode. Therefore, increase efficiency at light loads. Oh, that's a nice thing to have. This reduced power feature is available when the input voltage is substantially higher than the output. The only problem with that is if, for instance, like with my computer power supply, I'm using these Vicor modules, and these Vicor modules, when they go into low power mode, they're not fixed frequency, right? They're going to alter the frequency in order to be as efficient as possible. So when you have very light loads, at least on the Vicor power supplies, they end up emitting a 60 hertz whine, and it is audible. It's like a scrapey whine. I called their application engineers and talked to them about this, but apparently their application engineers have been around too much machinery in their time and can no longer hear the teenage frequency, the high frequency sounds that typically only teenagers can hear. I can hear them. They're very annoying. The little chirpers they put outside of grocery stores and stuff, which is funny because teenagers used to use the teenage frequency as a ringtone for their phones so that they could get text messages in class. It was a double-edged sword, the discovery of this thing. The problem being the Vicor module is emitting that frequency. I'm hearing it. I am averse to noise like that. I'm talking to them about it and how to solve it, and they're like, you can't hear that. That's what they told me. They told me that I can't hear that. And I'm like, I'm sitting right here, man. Like, I can't, I don't know how I can communicate to you the fact that I can hear that without different words than what I just said. So they didn't see it as a problem, but there it is. So I don't think I'm going to use these, by the way. I don't really think I'm going to use these. These are not the solution. These ain't it. I thought I heard somebody say fire hazard. Yeah, I don't want to burn myself on the regulators that are going to be on my wall permanently. $10? What's the catch? What's the catch? Why are these $10? 1 amp. 1 amp up to 36 volts. 1 amp. I mean, we could live with 1 amp. We could probably... Well, for the 5 volt regulator, we wouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to use the big block modules, even though they don't really fit. And should I be lopping the ears off of these things in order to get them to mount up? That's the debate here. That's the debate. Master debate that we have here. I mean, I guess it'll be okay. That's not that big of a deal. if they don't have little ears. But it is relying on the whole thing just kind of dangling like a ball sack. It's just gonna dangle. Dangle. But, I mean, this thing, you know, gravity's only going to be like this, and there's not that much vibration on this thing, so it's not the worst. You know, I don't have to make this thing an all-terrain subs board. Do I? Did I have to make this thing an all-terrain subs board? How's everybody's Friday shaping up? Anything cool going on? Has the sea opened up and swallowed Twitter yet? I heard the $8 stuff is suddenly off. Climate change getting aggressive, yeah. 9 days off? Yeah. We're in the subs. We're going off-road. Hold on to your butts. That wasn't very clean. That, kind of broke the back a little bit there, but oh well. Oh well, LOL, LMAO. So we'll just do that. And they'll be side by side. So yeah, somebody finally brought the numbers to him. This has got to be some kind of a weird way to liquidate his debt. I don't know. It's just so weird. I've never seen anything like this on this scale. It's just unprecedented and weird. Like, it's creepy. Have an entire social media platform just implode on itself like that. Listen, if you were to burn 44 billion? To physically burn $44 billion, you would not be able to do it in the speed that Musk is doing it. It's insane. Okay, let's see. Let's get 4 of these. I'll just install them here because I'm not going to be getting these parts until Sunday. Not working a holiday, so I'm not doing great. No one's around, so it's not bad. Oh yeah, today's a holiday. What's everybody doing on Twitch? What's your excuse? Jeff Bezos doesn't give me holidays. I have to piss in a bag. It's not for not because I'm working hard. It's just what he prefers. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's just what he likes. I'm not gonna question. You know, I'm not here to judge. I should probably put washers on these because we need to grab a larger surface area so we don't damage. Not so we don't damage. So I grip the plastic properly. Work didn't treat today as a holiday. Oh, work didn't give me a treat. I'm like, my brain is running a little faster than I can read. I used to have them government jobs. So, well, our job, we weren't government employees. So some of the holidays, we had to just go into an office. It wasn't our office. It was just some office. And we had to do like busy work all day because we couldn't access anything that would allow us to do our regular jobs. It was weird. They just wouldn't. Yeah, company doesn't really. They're not giving you a holiday here, but all the government employees are off. So we got some work packets for you guys. Those little word matching packets that you guys got to do. It's like, what? Like, I didn't train as an engineer to do this. What is this? Yeah, go here, count the ceiling tiles. Well, that was my job when I was getting a security clearance. They were investing all this time and money in me to figure out if I was some kind of a scumbag. And so you'd go into an office and you just kind of sit there and read articles. And they, oh, you got to read like work relevant articles. I'm like, yeah, all right. Getting paid to do nothing. My read is running a bit faster than I can brain. Yes, this happens to me a lot. Been protected by his management at Tesla and SpaceX. Twitter is his passion project. I don't know. Twitter like said mean things about him, and then he bought it, and then he was going to charge $20 for a check mark, but Stephen King was like, are you fucking kidding me? And he immediately lowered the price to $8 and then stuck with that for some reason, probably ego not permitting him to do any. It's absolutely the biggest, weirdest fucking set of events I've seen in a long time. Clearance wait is terrible. Yeah. My dad sat in a room for a year and a half waiting to go to work for a defense contractor. Yeah. I think mine was like 8 months. Wanted to get started into reverse engineering a cryogenic device. Air research, F4 Phantom Air. What the fuck? Noob at everything and need to do it well. Jeez. Yeah, that's one of those projects that's gonna make you go look into like fucking university papers and stuff. I had a project like that where all my only sources were university papers, and it was like, please stop using giant words to describe everything. I really just want to make this thing. I don't need you to like use the PhD words in order to fucking like where do I put this wire? I don't care about. I hate it. I hate that so hard. Use normal language. I don't like that these are all chewed up now in the back. He did try to get out of buying Twitter. Yeah. And you don't want like the FEC to be like sniffing at his door. We have a couple things that need to go back on the back of this thing. Basically, I just need to move the bolts up. I don't know if I'm going to get away with that, though. Do I have to deconstruct the whole thing? I mean, I can pull this panel, and then this is free. Or I can undo these two, and this doesn't move. I can undo these, and then get the... I guess I can fully remove the bracket. Ugh. All right, let's get started. The Verge reached out to us for comment. Twitter no longer has a communications department. That is a good one. Pontiacs? Do you mean pontificate? Listen, learn a little bit of language. I'm just talking about something that's trying to like, I don't know, like justify their PhD. I feel it's just really frustrating when you don't get stuff explained in a simple manner. I don't know what to tell you, man. Sometimes you guys gotta learn some words. I see a lot of word usage that makes gives me a little eye twitch. Like talking about decisive topics. But that's not the right use of the word. It's divisive. Polarizing would be a better word to use. If you don't know what word to use. Ah! But not everybody speaks... Ah, god damn it. That's a drop. Not everybody speaks English, so getting stuff wrong is fine. You'll just get corrected. Fuck your big words. We will not stand for intransigent obturatedness. Obduratedness. Or, man, those are awkward. Obdurated. I think I've used intransigent before. Pontificate. Pontificate's not a weird one. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm pontificating. I'm pontificating right now and nobody even knows. Yeah. Come on. Why is this difficult? What's going on here? Oh, it's because that one was getting like stuck. Fuck. No. That's what I'm talking about with MakerBeam. I end up dropping like 2/3 of the fucking hardware when I'm working with MakerBeam, and it always finds the floor. And then I end up stepping on it when I'm in here in socks. Yeah, it's just one after the other today with the drops. When this stuff is vertical, it's very frustrating to work with. Hello? Where's the... Hello? What the devil? Nah. It needs to go in directly flat, or else it... Oh my god, I'm starting to get really frustrated. Truly I'm mad. There we go. Jeez. Down to position. See, I guess this will work out. It's just not the way I wanted it to go down. With the wings cut off. Oh yeah, this tally started at the first burn the subs. The first burn the subs, I was building on a separate table. I brought in another table, had it in the middle of the room, had the cameras on that table because I needed space. Not a lot of desk space. And we started working with it. I kept dropping the screws from MakerBeam, and it became so frequent that Octoj then coded up a drop count, and it just stuck since then. Yeah, it's almost at 1,000. Yeah. They're going to literally do nothing when it reaches 1,000 other than going, oh, cool, it reached 1,000. That's it. That's all you get. Nothing else. It's like 1,000 screws in the corner. We've also said in the past that, like, when I drop like a bin full of screws, that is just going to count as one because there are a lot of false ones from people. Son of a... Why? Why does that keep just perfectly jettisoning? I'm going to get the ones off of the floor now. But anyway, when I drop like a bin full of screws, we count that as one because people come into the chat, they don't know how the drop count works, and then they end up misusing it for any particular reason. So the extra ones are just kind of absorbed in that. Oh, there should be like 16 fucking screws sitting below me. But these always walk. They always go somewhere. They got places to be. These floors are absolutely fucking disgusting down here today. I'm still feeling off from the vaccine, by the way. Some people get symptoms for a couple days after it. And who would have thought that somebody with a fucking autoimmune disorder would have a little bit of trouble with a vaccine, huh? Unprecedented, I tell you. Nobody would have expected. Nobody would have expected. Why is there a 9-volt battery inside of this reel? And who uses an ever-active alkaline? Why did I just find a 9-volt battery? What the garbage? I found one screw, and I know I've dropped at least 3. All right, well, we'll continue on, because all I need is the one, but it's still a little weird that I can't find the others. You sign up for the new one? Yeah, I got mine done. I got it done, but it did cost us Thursday. It cost us the Thursday stream because I was feeling absolutely terrible. And for some reason, it triggered my tinnitus. Now, you guys probably call it tinnitus. It's not an itis. An itis medically is a different thing. It's a tinnitus. Tinnitus. It's an us, not an is. Is us. That was a Rich Evans thing. Anyway, tinnitus. So, I know a lot of doctors were complaining about it the other day. It was like dog hair on my floor. Yeah, medical jargon. But it's how they communicate, man. Okay, I don't know where those screws went, and I'll eventually step on them, probably. Holy hell. The floors in here are a disaster. I just have a vacuuming stream. Don't throw 9-volt batteries in the garbage like that. Well, probably because the terminals could short on something. All right, so let's try to get these up and on to where the bracket is. We need a new dead language to name things. Oh man, I'm trying to remember. You have like I'm trying to think of like a fad or a trend that's died out that I could use. I mean, certain like internet speak, we could all what is it? I can has cheeseburger should be the new language that we name things with. That's a dead language. Or like all your base grammar. There we go. We can use that. Those are dead languages. Please no. It's already been decided. I'm sorry. We said we needed a new dead language, and there it is. Leet speak. Oh! I can't believe they took that alternative, like, random capitalization to mean sarcasm, because wasn't it something else before that? Wasn't that thing already a thing? I remember that being in a couple chat rooms. Lol code. I had a garbage fire when my kids tossed the 9-volt battery in the bin, but I'd just thrown aluminum foil in. Oh my god. Idiocracy to kick in. Yeah. I guess I could put tape over the terminals. I did miss the garbage bin when I threw that. This thing. Yeah. And that one. Are these tight? Yeah, I tighten these. I also want the bracket to be facing the other direction. And then, let me see. I need to put the plastic nut right here so that when I put this flat on the table, it doesn't scratch my table. Yeah, 9-volt and steel wool is a classic way to start a fire. It's actually pretty good to have camping if you're taking a battery with you. Why am I holding my hand the wrong way? Why am I doing that? Why am I doing that? I was just working on cars, so I've got all like the contortion, I don't know, routines programmed into my brain. I'm holding my hand this way. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? No, fuck. Those, both of them, really? All right, here, going downstairs for a minute again. Just this maker beam shit, man. I'm telling you something. Just always dropping the screws. It just, I can't help it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've got something wrong with my brain. Something's broken in there. Finding a bunch of them is like a gold mine. Like a maker beam gold mine. These screws are special because they've been ground square at the heads in order to fit into the maker beam profile. You guys know everything already. You're in my tech stream, you know? And Twitch chat likes to flex how smart they are, because that's just how it works in tech streams. So you're gonna get a lot of insufferable know-it-all facts while you're here. But the steel wool thing is actually interesting, so. I barely know a thing. Yeah, it's you and me both, buddy. All right, get this thing out of here. And then we're going to get a bunch of bolts on this rail without jettisoning them. Jettisoning. Usually I can say words. I don't know what's up with what's up with me today. My mind is starting to deteriorate. Learning is fun. Then get the fuck out of here. Fuck your problem. No, just whatever. I have a lot of free time on YouTube, I guess. Good to know stuff. Facts are fun. Heard a lot of people using factoid wrongly lately. Because a factoid is fundamentally not true. It's a wrong fact. It's like the shit that you find on the back of a Snapple cap. Actually, I think that the stuff that was wrong on the back of Snapple caps probably was what we thought was right at one point. But anyway, a factoid is not a fact. Those are two different things. Steel wool was something my dad taught me. He also showed me the magnifying glass thing. The magnifying glass thing? Oh, I know a streamer I want to strangle every time he says unironically. The fact that you got to specify if you're being ironic or not. Irregardless of that. Oh, oof. Oh, it just made my skin crawl. Twitch needs to add a 2x plus replay speed for VOD replay. That's a little rude. I was thinking of getting the My Summer Car dog. I was thinking of getting the dog in my playthrough. Tomorrow, I don't know if we're gonna do gaming, that kind of sucks because like I never get to play games. We were in the middle of Jedi Knight 2 Academy. I'd love to get back to that because we were, what's his name, the alien dude, and we didn't even speak the language, so we had no idea what the fuck anybody was talking about. They kept talking at us though. I mean, we didn't really say anything, so I guess we were getting stuff done, but because you hate yourself. I know, I would like to get back to gaming. But anyway, we're in the middle of Jedi Knight 2. Would like to continue playing that. You know, this isn't exactly justifying my $1,000 purchase of a graphics card. Turns out, if I had known we were getting a dog, I would have gotten a Steam Deck, because then I could have actually played some of the games that I meant to be filling my free time that is now taken up by a dog. I could have actually gotten through Disco Elysium a little bit better, because I started playing that like 3 months ago, and I haven't been able to play it at all. It kills me. It's killing me. No, that dog's totally worth it, though. I love that dog. But I haven't really been able to play a ton of games. We're in the middle of a Far Cry 6 playthrough, my friend and I, and then we need to do Cursed Halo CE on the Master Chief Collection, because apparently all you need to do to run Cursed Halo on Master Chief Collection is copy the files in. It's actually really easy to do. I don't think you don't get as powerful of a D8 grenade, which is unfortunate, but all the other weird shit that's in Cursed Halo would be a lot of fun, because we're pretty big Halo fans. My friend even more so than I am. He played the computer edition of the original Halo a lot. So you'd like to get back to that. Just haven't had time. It's been kind of like a life change with the dog. Cursed Halo, yeah, it's fire something. What's his name again? The guy who did that. He's a like programming fucking auteur. This fucking guy. He also did like a lot of stuff with Dark Souls and things, where he's just like completely getting into modding games on a level that is just unprecedented. It's just like low-level modding of these games. Nobody's answering the name. Yeah, just like really, really awesome low-level hacking of these things. Oh, Cordial Cephalopod, good to see you. I love you too, Cordial Cephalopod. Got that purple heart. Wait a minute. The Twitch heart is a purple heart. Does that mean that we've been injured in war? Uh-oh. That sounds about right, but... all right, 60 millimeters to the top of the brackets that are going to hold this thing to the wall. Where do the bolts go? Oh, okay, here, there. Let's get these on. The worst part about MakerBeam is if you have the bolt through already, trying to get this to slide back in. There's not a lot. Less than 3 stolen valor. That is stolen valor. It's a cool name. Cordial Cephalopod's been around for a while. All right, I'm try to get this thing on here. But yeah, Cursed Halo is, no, I'm still blanking on the name. Damn it. Anyway, some guy programmed. There's a YouTube channel. If you just look up Cursed Halo on YouTube and you'll be able to find the original video. He also made the Long Warthog, which is a series of videos that I particularly appreciate. In addition to that, he's gone into a lot of the stuff that he does. He's very, very smart game modder and has, well, smart and hardworking, I guess. Hardworking on the wrong stuff, but for like Inferno Plus. Yes, there it is. Thank you. Inferno Plus. He's freaking awesome. He made Mario, like Halo Mario Kart. Bunch of really cool stuff. But he did a Cursed Halo CE that modifies a lot of the weapons and vehicles that you use, and they're funny. I mean, this guy's like, he's actually a funny guy, unlike chat. So There's a lot of really good mods in there that make things funny and weird. All right, 60 millimeters up. So that's way below where this thing is. What this is doing is these need to be located on the pine runners that I've put along the wall so that I can screw to them and not ruin my wall. Essentially. So I've got wiggle room of like a ½ inch above and below, an inch and a half above and below. Engineering meets home construction. All of a sudden, everything is wiggle room. Oh, that was a yep, that was a spicy burp. One sec, I gotta get something to drink. Oh. You know, you burp and it's just like pure stomach acid. Yeah, the flaccid sniper barrel. I was gonna mention that and I decided against it. Oh man, that was my body attempting to digest the rest of it itself. Yeah, if you look at his other work, his other YouTube, he gets well into the programming of stuff. Yeah, Inferno Plus. Yeah, Chester found it. Oh my god. Yeah, my voice might die if I continue to talk to you guys without taking a sip of this that I just poured. It's starting to get a little rough from the stomach acid that got into it. So I'd better take a sip of this before I completely lose my voice. And you know, the more I delay in taking a sip of this, the more the stomach acid is going to get into my vocal cords, and I'm going to get, you know, sound more rough. So I should, you know, it is of the highest priority that I take a sip of this liquid that I've just poured. I can't put it off anymore. It's actually a health risk. And, you know, my voice is tied into my career, so I really don't want to, like, put it off and actually, like, harm myself in some way. Because if I lose my voice, I just can't stream, and then I don't make money. So having this liquid here getting into my body, I just need to do it. Yeah, and I cannot... All right. Fine. You guys have interacted in the only way that I'll allow. All right, there we go. Daughter says hi. Did she just enter the room and fart at people? How is that? That is rude. That is rude. Very rude thing to do. Oh my god, and now everybody's doing it. You've started it. You've got it started. Now everybody thinks it's cool. All the kids are doing it. Oh my god. Oh, I just figured out what the dead language is that we should use instead of Latin. It's Flash animation. We should be using Adobe Flash functions in order to name stuff now. We'll just go from one dead language to another. I wish I had enough restraint to save up points. Yeah, some people burn them, man. And every now and then there's a prediction and somebody walks off with like a fucking fortune in points. They're priced very specifically because this is the only interaction that you guys have right now. And so you get 2 farts per stream. And they are disruptive. And you don't have to use them. But I digress. That's probably not going to be the right height. This thing is probably tilted a little bit. Made a terrible Flash game back in the Newgrounds days. Man, everybody was learning Flash. I never did anything with Flash, not even a little bit, because I was too old to have it in like school. Actually, wait, that's not true. I did do something in Flash. My fucking capstone project involved Adobe Flash, but in a different way than you would expect, to the degree where I was not the one doing the programming. It was actually the boyfriend of the art student that we were working with that did most of the Flash interactivity layer. For us, we were tracking movement of people on stage, turning those into a point cloud and sending them to another computer that would then get the point cloud and put invisible flash blocks on top of the dancer so that there could be an animation that would interact with a physical person on stage. It was pretty cool. It worked pretty well. You know, sometimes it was letters, like letters falling from the sky. And so the letters would sometimes bounce off of the person. They would sometimes go in front of the person. They would sometimes go behind the person. And it ended up working out pretty well. The wonderful thing is that with something like rain, you get a little wiggle room. There's a lot of wiggle room. Nobody's going to really call you out for not being precise. So, okay, so there's that. I don't have this one. Oh, wait a minute. I already fucked up. I meant to put 2 more fasteners on this thing with washers so that when the thing came in the mail, I would have it ready to go. Damn it. Oh, it's okay. We'll do that. I'll do that. I'll do that on my own. Do that on my own. Now, if I get the package that I'm waiting for today, if I get the package that I'm waiting for later today, I will be able to mess with microcontrollers tomorrow. I'm going to be in way over my head, though, because I basically want to figure out whether or not the code on this board right here. This board is an Omnipod insulin pump. It's an all-in-one insulin pump that is disposable, and I'm a little bit incensed with that. I'm not happy about the fact that this is a total waste of resources. Every 2 days, I'm throwing out a really powerful Bluetooth microcontroller and a bunch of other stuff, like 3 batteries. Now, it's all well and good. You can afford it, whatever. My management, my diabetes management has been a hell of a lot better under this system. The pods are completely unreusable, though. So what I wanted to do was take them apart, take the microcontrollers, put them on my own board, and then I can use them in projects. I can use them as a development platform. So, the people that recycle disposable video cameras, what, by charging up the capacitor and shoving it into your friend's arm? You can't refill the pods. I've been over this 1,000 times. You cannot refill the pods. There are one-way mechanisms in that pump that completely keep you from refilling it. For instance, that's what we did in school. Yeah. So for instance, when you fill the reservoir, in order to get a variable amount of insulin from whoever's using it, because some people won't fill up the reservoir all the way, right? Some people will partially fill the reservoir. So what you need to do is you need to have that, just a regular syringe with a person pushing the plunger, able to move the plunger internal to the device and load up an amount of insulin, and then somehow know how much insulin's in there so that you can drive that plunger all the way to the end and not surprise the user by suddenly being out of insulin. So what they did is they have an extra post on the plunger. It's just a metal post sticking out of the plunger, and there's 2 springs that sit in the path of that metal plunger. When the reservoir has moved enough so that that circuit is broken, it knows that there's 65 units left, and then it'll count down from there and give you kind of like a warning trial period. In addition to that, the pod is deactivated. It is in quiescent mode. It is just sitting and waiting to start its cycle, and it can do that for like years until that rod hits the other contact, and then the pod gets out of sleep mode and you can use it. Now, it's got 3 coin cell batteries in it, so it's only going to last so long. I think there's plenty of life left in the coin cell batteries that I have, but in addition to that little type of thing, that's not the only thing in place that makes it a one-way street. The plunger it starts as a regular old threaded rod. It's not like an Acme rod. It's nothing special. It's a regular old threaded rod with a brass bar around it. And the inside is threaded, obviously, but it is a smooth brass bar, because if you are filling this reservoir, fluid pressure needs to pull this thing backwards without it like binding or having to overcome other mechanisms. So what they have inside of this thing is this brass bar with a threaded thing in the middle, right? When you inject insulin into the reservoir, it pushes the whole assembly back, and that extra rod will make contact. It'll push that brass bar back into a gear. And it's like a gear barrel. I'm going to actually show you this. The second time somebody's asked about the operation of the Omnipods. I might as well just grab one. I got 7,000 of these fucking things just sitting behind me. All right, here we go. From the ones that I took apart. Okay, so the brass bar, not visible in this one because it has been captured by this spinning piece right here. So this plunger, which is this line right here, has been advanced fully right now. There's the brass bar. What happens is you fill it from down here, and that'll push this backwards, the whole assembly backwards. Contact is made right here. I need a pointing device. I'll use a knife. So, no, these don't last forever because they're partially responsible for Bluetooth Low Energy, and they are running a nichrome memory wire, which is taking up a lot of current because it needs to heat up from the power going through it. Those coin cells aren't going to last that long. Anyway, so the brass bar gets pushed into this assembly, right? There's a spring on the end of the assembly that's actually being held back by this piece of metal right here. That piece of metal is being pressed up against this piece of metal right here, and it is holding a spring. When it gets to this opening right here, that spring is released and it snaps around the brass bar. So now that brass bar is captured by that spring, and this rotating barrel is able to rotate the brass barrel and advance the threaded rod, and that'll push the plunger forward. So there's no resetting this. In addition to that, there's no motor on this gear assembly. There's no motor. What there is two PAWLs, two pawls that act as an advancement mechanism. So what happens is one side of the nichrome wire will heat up, and then I'll move it like this, and then it'll click past its opposing side. Its opposing side operates as a basically it just clicks over into the next gear thing. It doesn't allow you to go backwards on this thing. It'll only move in one direction, and it'll get worked back and forth by this plate moving back and forth and clicking it past its opposing arm. And then, of course, that's sensed over here by whichever one of these contacts it hits, just so that the microcontroller can know that the operation has completed successfully and it can stop dumping current into the nichrome wire. It is wild stuff. I can hook these contacts up and we can see the nichrome wire heating up. You can get nice and close with this camera. I can show you. Get this thing over here. I got like all this stuff on the desk. It's in the way. Hold on, let me move some stuff and kind of safety a lot of things so I don't end up freaking killing myself. Turn the power supply on. I'll get some jumper wires. PAWL. Hold on. Freaking get it right or pay the price. There. Go over to here, go over there. Paul. That's what is used. It's a Paul. I'm appalled at... Why don't you guys leave jokes up to me, huh? The more you guys make these stupid fucking comments, the worse my jokes sometimes get. But yeah, everything in this pump is like fundamentally one way, but it's interesting because there's not a full motor in this thing. There's a nichrome wire. A very interesting mechanism. And the way to load something like that gently is... it's a very clever way to load it gently. I don't know if I could think of a better way to do it. Because once it's been activated and everything, the only way to reverse there's no way to reverse the plunger unless you were to go in and move the little arms and prevent it. Let me do 2 volts on that. And then I can get these leads over here. If only I could reach these leads. Okay, get the leads over here. Now there's nothing putting pressure on the mechanism, so it's gonna act a little weird, but it will work like this, because we've done this before. But I need to be able to see my video window. Okay, so if I do like ground to the thing, Problem is you got to put ground to the thing that moves. But if I do like this, I heat up one of these. See how it clicks over? But you can see the wire heating up on the thermals a little. Well, we're not sure if I get the free Bluetooth LE controllers out of it. That's the problem, is we're not sure if the chip is locked down. And that's what I want to get into tomorrow. I need to install what's called a Black Magic. I don't know what exactly the rest of the title of it is, but it's a type of like hacking tool, programming tool as well, that can do J-Link. J-Link is the protocol that they're using in order to program those chips. And so we need to see whether or not I can, I don't know, I guess load a Hello World onto one of them, which requires me to do a little bit of soldering too, because I need to get a chip off of the Omnipod board and onto my own board. I guess I'm not pressing down enough. You can see there the wire heating up and advancing. So this is why the coin cell batteries eventually die. This and Bluetooth Low Energy communications, while titled Bluetooth Low Energy, it's still a lot for a coin cell battery to have to go through. Is there a tool that can force a bit flip? It depends on how advanced you are, but I'm not. But yeah, that's the operation of these things. Pretty cool. Looks like we took up all the other movement that it had. Thank you, Mr. Yan. You too. Happy to you too. So like, you know, it would all be well and good if you could reverse this mechanism. It'd be kind of cool if you could reverse this and then somehow inject just the right amount of insulin as it's reversing. But this bracket, this metal bracket right here, that is covered up by the circuit board normally. Circuit board drops in like this. You would need like microsurgery tools in order to do this. Similar mechanism to a clock. Yeah, it's a little bit like a clock movement, a little bit. Not, you know, there are some fundamental differences, but it is very, very, very close to like a clock movement. It's a really cool idea, though. I mean, like nichrome wire, I can't think of many uses for it, you know? And they've come up with a really good usage for this. Because like a motor would be heavy and stupid and annoying. They could do a giant spring, but instead they are using the nichrome wire to advance a gear, and apparently that's enough pressure to inject a fraction of a unit of insulin. I mean, it seems like, you know, if you could drop down from above and hit both sides of that PAWL, you'd have to come in from above, 2 holes on the outside of the thing, drop down, and then you would somehow have to wind this backwards while also injecting insulin to fill that reservoir again. Not to mention that this encoder right here would probably set off some pretty dire alarms within the device itself. I don't know what it would do if it sensed this moving in the opposite direction. Perfect for cost optimization where the cheapening has no detrimental effect on operation. It's unfortunate, though, that it is so optimized and clever. This is the injector mechanism, by the way. This thing right here. This is a huge spring because you never know how thick people's skins are going to be. This holds a... I've thrown out all the syringes, but this would hold a stainless steel syringe that loops up over here so that it has a flexing mechanism, and it hooks up to the reservoir right there. So what happens is there's a syringe, and then there is a what's called a cannula, which is a plastic tube that goes under the skin. That's held by this little cart here. So this is wound 180 degrees, and it is being held back by this pin. That pin is this right here. This is a just a little lever that pops up this thing and holds back that pin. The flat spot right here corresponds to a position just a little bit after this spring is released. So as you prime You put this thing on your body once it gets a Bluetooth connection, right? This thing starts snapping. You hear an initial snap, and that's that spring capturing the brass rod. Then, as it continues on, the flat spot releases this pin. This is allowed to go 180 degrees, which pushes the syringe forward with the red cart on its tip. And so both the cannula tube and the syringe that's going to inject insulin both go under the skin, at which point this spring steel plate snaps down, spring stainless steel, I guess, snaps down. I think it completes a circuit, but I don't know why. I guess the copper is just here to be smooth, but it captures this. This gets captured here. So when this continues its 180 degree rotation, it will pull back the syringe. And so now only a plastic tube is in the body, and a stainless steel syringe only goes up and into the cannula tube. From there, insulin just gets injected. And that's how it does it. It uses the one mechanism it has in sort of a Rube Goldbergian scheme of performing the tasks that it needs to perform. It has one job, and that's to inject insulin, but they gave it another job, which is to inject a cannula. So these are fundamentally unrefillable. Yeah, you might as well go to an insulin pump. And there are some pumps that work with the systems, but this one doesn't have a tube, and I wanted to try tubeless for a while. So I'll be using these for, I don't know, a couple years, might be 4 years, might be more than that. I might use it for the next decade, this system. And then, you know, maybe by then there will be an insulin pump that is refillable and also does all the Bluetooth communications directly. Well, why not? No, it's great. How else are you going to get invested in the project if it's not physically injecting stuff under your skin? You know, answer, riddle me that. We did recharge one of these. We flipped the lever around, and then we had it click through and snap and do all its stuff. But there's a lot of force contained in this spring. I don't know exactly how this thing operates in order to hold back that thing. And also, I would love to fully reset one of these, but getting this mechanism in place is just like, it's fucking impossible. I don't know how to get that spring coiled properly. I can do it, but then I can't reassemble this stuff. It just wants to explode. It would have been cool to show the whole mechanism from injection to priming to snapping through by hitting the leads and giving them power, but I digress. I'm digressing from the project because we ran into a problem. There's definitely an assembly jig somewhere. I know, it's like, how do they do this? They probably do it in an extremely high volume though. But like, I don't know. Getting that spring tension is just nigh on impossible. We'll play with Omnipods tomorrow because I'll have that programming interface, the Black Magic, whatever the hell it is, and we're gonna try to desolder one of these microcontrollers and put it on our own board, like a test board for now, and see if we can figure out whether or not it's locked. That's my goal tomorrow. That's my goal tomorrow. Today, we ran into a problem where the power supply didn't quite fit, and then they sent me the wrong one. They were supposed to send me a 5 volt, a 12 volt / 24 volt input, 5 volt output, and they sent me a 24 volt input, 12 volt output. So we ordered another one because they're $10. It's not worth bothering people to get a replacement. We took apart this to see what was inside of it, a big toroid. He's sending me a couple. Yeah, I could do that. We'll work that out eventually. Yeah, it was Amazon. Yeah, it's just not worth the money to complain. But I will be getting a new power supply on Sunday. I'll have to cut the wings off of it like I did this one, and they'll fit side by side. There's barely enough room for the power leads under them. Actually, there isn't room. Am I gonna have to move this switch down? In which case, I'm gonna have to print out another one of these. God damn it, hold on. I'm gonna have to move the switch down. No, we're going to this view. Omnipod's pretty cool. Like, we'll go over that again probably tomorrow. We'll do all that stuff again, but it's pretty crazy the amount of like engineering that goes into making that thing sort of a one-way street. It's annoying though, because you know you can't refill them. So what I've done, instead of refilling it, my strategy is to for the large boluses that I take, for instance, like if I eat I'm eating a cheesesteak, right? I will go into the software that helps me manage diabetes, and I'll say, hey, I'm eating this many carbohydrates, and it goes, okay, well, due to all this bullshit that's going on right now, I want to give you this much insulin. All right, yeah, you go ahead. Don't give me that insulin. I'm going to go and say that I have injected that insulin and then I've eaten the carbs, and then the system sort of caters to my needs around that. Like, I inject for the big stuff, and then I let the pump deal with the little micro boluses and stuff, and that makes it last a lot longer. All right, so that's my one modification to this panel. I'll hit save on that. I don't know if I want to print it again. It's not that big of a deal. I've got the filament loaded up and everything. I could just print it right now, but it'll take a little bit. My other machine is the one that's all spun up to do this, so we'll see about doing that. I wanted to finish the power supply today. I wanted to actually get in, or at least start finishing the power supply today, right? Microbolus is such a weird word. Boluses are when you give insulin. That's just the word we use. Bolus is a single unit. How does that work? I don't know what that means. We do need to design covers to go over these things, by the way. Yeah, I've always known bolus is defined through diet, like my interaction with diabetes. So for me, a bolus is when I give insulin, and that's it. We probably could have made an LED panel that fits onto the front of this thing. Bolus is a single dose of a drug or other medicinal preparation given all at once. Huh. Yeah, microbolusing is when you get tiny little units of insulin that make it. I mean, you guys can open up my website. Although Heroku app is going to be charging soon. I don't know what happens. What was funny is my doctor thought they had to log in to CGM. They thought they had to log into Heroku app, whereas you can just open this URL and this is me. This is my pancreas running right now. So like I ate a hoagie, and so 60 grams of carbohydrates, 25 units, boobity bobbity bobbity ba, and then it goes, stuff's not happening the way it's supposed to happen. Let me give a half of a unit, and then another one, and then another one. Then another one, then a third of a unit, then a half of a unit, then a half of a unit, then an odd number just to try to get that line to trickle back down into range. Your pancreas looks exactly like a reactive web app. Yeah, it's a genetic condition. At least they're pretty sure it is. Bolus, B-O-L-U-S. It's a word. It's a word. Try using them sometimes. Microdosing insulin. Yeah, no. You get the comments a lot. Dude, you could put like drugs in that, and you could like microdose. It's like, you can do anything if you put your heart to it. Why don't you go fucking buy an insulin pump and do that? Twisted Sister, thank you for gifting a sub to Lord Squeak. The Lord of Squeak. Yeah, this so the vaccine had me kind of reeling. The vaccine has me kind of running a little hyperglycemic while my immune system is working on stuff. I don't know. I'm blaming the vaccine, even though it might not be at fault. You should burn that to the board. Hey, how about you go fuck yourself? Who was using... I don't know if they're around anymore. I don't think it was Tim. It was somebody was using... Somebody was on here, and they had an insulin pump, and they use it as a pain pump because they required little bits of pain medication throughout the day in order to function like a normal human being, which was kind of an interesting alternative use of an insulin pump. Are you an electrical engineer? Yes. I actually studied robotics and controls at Drexel University, but this isn't exactly using my major to its fullest. Not you. Okay, it's somebody else. Oh man, I'm trying to remember the name. I hope they're still around, but I'm gonna have to order the clasps that I wanted to use. I don't know where the little baggie is. I have a little tiny baggie that's full of these like clasps that I can use to hold the wood panel on, and we can just have external fasteners on it. And I was gonna make different feetsies for this thing that were gonna hold the clasp up. I need to order the clasps. I'm gonna do that actually right now, so you guys get to look at my face for a second. I'll have no expression at all on my face. I'll make it real awkward. No, I'm not gonna do that. Which window? Oh my god, I've got so many windows open right now. Let's see. Let's see if I can find a keyword. I'm gonna type clasp. Type no, nothing. Clip. Bro, do you clip? Bro, do you clip? Do you clip, bro? Oh god, when did I even order these things? Huh? Oh, that was a little while ago. That's an accessibility thing. It's not has stream muted. It's can hear, like hear only or see only. I thought it was an accessibility. I think it's an accessibility thing. Plant lights. Oh my god, that's 1,000 years ago. That's not what I. No, that's not it. Yeah, people were abusing it for a while. It was fun when it first came out, just because it was silly. Reality stuff. No. Oh, my little pen light. That's actually a really good pen light. What else is this thing called? I mean, it's like the metal hold down. It's not clamp. It's like a little hook and lever clasp. Hook and lever? Oh, there we go. Finally. Twisted Sister gifting a sub to Flatulent Gonad. No, it's not a carabiner. Not quite. Not quite. This is one of those things where you've got like the metal, like a square metal, like floaty thing, and you clamp it down, and then you push the lever down, and it pulls it taut. You guys know what I'm talking about. You know, you guys are smart. Come on, you guys should know. 27-inch telescoping rotary tool holder with clamp. What? Wait, I bought that? Where? Do I still have that? I don't think I ever received that. Weird. Yeah, similar to cookie jars, yeah. Toggle clamp. Let me try that. Yeah, exactly. You can smack it. Like the HK slap. Yeah, toggle clamp wasn't it. The Bessie toggle clamps are actually what I use to hold the steering wheel to the desk. It's actually awesome. This man just had an Amazon moment. What is that? I tried clasp, tried clamp. Well, let me, instead of searching my order history, because maybe I got it from somewhere else. So now I can actually do that. Those do not look like the right thing at all. What would you, like a lever clasp? Lever clamp? Lever clamp. That's not at all gonna come up with the right thing. Not my tempo, not my tempo. Jed Clampett, head of the clamping him. Okay. This is very similar to what I got. So now I need to find ones that are on that scale. These are like too heavy duty. I need the miniature one. Maybe if I add miniature to it. These are gonna hold the piece of wood with the glass in it that will protect my stuff from dust. The main enemy is dust, because stuff got real dusty on the other Burn the Subs, because I guess I just exude dust. Well, I don't spend as much time in this room as I used to, so. Kleiner latch for the jar, but these say toggle latch, and those are pretty much what I need. Toggle or Kleiner. Okay, let's try Kleiner. Oh my god. What a... That's just Klein Tools. I think it, KL... Oh, Kilner. Jars. 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 It's all jars. More jars than you could ever jar. Miniature toggle clamp. No. Kind of. Maybe. Toggle latch. Toggle latch. There. It really kills me that I'm ordering more of these because I had a little baggie full of these fucking things. See if there's any alternatives. No, we don't need it to look like roadie equipment. Why did the results change? I saw something that I wanted to look at, and then the results changed. This is a new behavior from Amazon. Any new behaviors from this fucking website always really concern me. Didn't you use a bunch of those for another project a long time ago? I meant to. And that's why I had a bunch of them. But I think I finally just broke and threw away the bin that had a bunch of these in them. I'm going to order them in black because they'll look cooler. That looks pretty fucking cool. Oh dear. No, it doesn't. Wow, I like how the edges are highlighted and it has a shadow. Huh. Well, I tried. But yeah, no, we could use this. We could use these. These will be good. Small enough? Yeah, all right. Let's go ahead and just hey, you guys, hey, look over here. Look at this thing. Whoa, cool. That's cool. Wow. What is that? What is that thing over there? It's like shiny and... Yeah, they at least attempted to blend the other one and make it look normal. Oh, wait, I still have a thing in my cart. Hold on. How do I remove you from my cart? Yeah, I love Photoshops like that. They're always so weird. Delete. There you go. All right, so let's close this before it doxes me. All right, so when those get in, I'll have to do like measurements on them and stuff and figure out how they're going to interact with the 3D model. We can look at GrabCAD to see if they have them. They probably don't. It's probably well out of the purview of the kind of stuff that you'd be able to find on GrabCAD, but we might as well just give it a shot. Because if that's the case, then I can literally just design this part right now. We have a little bit of time. So GrabCAD looks like your typical industrial website, for those of you that don't know. I do this explanation a lot, and I feel like it garners re-explaining every time it comes up. This is GrabCAD's front page. GrabCAD's strength is not the additive manufacturing consulting or whatever the hell they're talking about right here. This is the company that bought GrabCAD, and mercifully, they kept the library, because the GrabCAD library is a bunch of stuff that just people made. People make these engineering-worthy 3D models and share them on this website. And the stipulation is, you know, maybe you should donate to them or not really use these models if you're making a lot of, like, a shit stack of money off of somebody else's work. But if you're looking for, like, an Amazon product that somebody modeled and you want it to fit in your 3D print, this website's pretty cool. What is this thing? I don't even know what that is. These are just like the recent popular ones that have been up here. So there are a lot of 3D models on this database. So what the hell did I just order? Hey guys, look over here, because I'm gonna open up Amazon and I don't want to be doxxed again. Where is it? Well, we could just open the old one. I'm gonna open up a website and reorder the part. So, spring-loaded toggle latch, mounting screws, case box. So maybe toggle latch. We'll try again. Cool, yeah, don't even type in the search box. Hello, toggle latch. Yeah, it looks like we can build this thing today. More like this. Less like that. More like this. Less like that. very much. Is that an iron? Yeah. I mean, I think some of those immediate ones, this one might be good, but it also looks kind of cheap. There's like a psychology to finding the part that you need and like finding the right thing, because like sometimes the models that aren't detailed are fine, you know. It's not like you need the full part to look exactly like the real part, but like for me, if I see like the AutoCAD solid kind of style and it sort of is rendered in close to the right material, this one looks like they did a full like materials render on. I don't know, it's just there's a thing about it that sort of like when I see it looking like this, I'm like, that's it, that's the part. You know, if you compare it to these, it pretty much is. The question is the scale of the model that we're getting, and I might need to then reduce it, and I don't know exactly how I'm going to be able to do that. What do they say in the comments? Absolutely fucking dick. They say nothing. Why are there so many parts? Solid assembly, part. Ah, great. It's an assembly of parts. Well, we can use their 3D tool, I guess, in order to measure it, but their measurement system on this tool, we found out last time, is not that great. This thing is not looking incredibly similar. Let us take a look at some of the dimensions that they give us on... Well, these aren't exactly the part that I ordered, but... Oh, man. You know, they tried a little bit more to get that one to look right. Those are actually kind of big, aren't they? Let's go to the ones that I actually ordered. So, back to Facecam. And then I need to go to... my orders. I need to click on the actual thing. Arriving Tuesday. Are you kidding me? Tuesday. He's got time for Tuesday. Yeah, these look a little different, these miniature ones. So here are our dimensions. You can give us the screw dimensions. What are we looking at? I'm not going to be able to get a good measurement of that height because it's a curved surface. Although both of those are curved too. So 20 millimeters. Oh, that does not look like the right thing. Whoa! So I need to measure from here. This is already going to mess up, I'm sure. 30 millimeters. It's a little bit larger than we thought it would be. Also, I don't know if I can trust that measurement, but it certainly isn't off by 10. That's 30 millimeters from end to end. Not 20. How about... Oh, they don't even... That's very useful. Thank you. What a great product. Oh my god. Bud, it's already installed. What are you doing? Buddy. Hey man, I don't think that's a good idea, bud. I don't know what you're doing with that drill, but you're also the scale of the clasp is completely off. Oh boy. That guy's a mess. God, I'm getting a lot of these, aren't I? There are 2 screw holes underneath this thing, and I can't see them. They don't give me that in the dimensions. So that's nice. Maybe somebody posted it's an end mill and they're trying to get rid of the old one. I'll believe it. All right, comments. I replaced all the parts and I tried to repair something and it didn't work. These look a little big, to be honest. His hand looked like Gollum. Mr. Frodo, no. Perfect little latches for my needs. That's great. That's great. The only time I find an application for these fucking things, and I think I threw out the ones that I had. Oh my god, they Photoshop it into everything, man. But we don't get the dimensions that we need on this. I just get overall. Jaundice. Oh no. Well, okay, so there isn't like a tongue on the top of the latch. It's like the latch is, oh no, yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. With a total height of 30 millimeters. So the width of that one needs to be the height of the whole thing. This one is looking a little sharp on the edges. That one we've determined is the wrong size. Although, with a little bit of scaling, it might be the right thing. This one is way too bright. Toggle latch for panel fixing. Cool. All right. All right. That's a little weird. We only have one page of these things, so it's either modify it or nothing. or I just take the screw hole dimensions and I make placeholders. I don't want to do that. I want it to look cool. This one seems to be like it's our only choice. I mean, this one is like a different design. If the holes ended up being in approximately the same place, I would excuse this, but this has screw holes on the sides as opposed to in the middle. So hardware toggle latch, no mention of dimensions, nothing. All right, so let's do 3D viewer on this one. We could figure out the width of the bottom plate, which looks like it is the same width as the other. It looks like the same style as the other one. So I'm not putting too much into this one working. How do I translate? There we go. So measure distance between faces from that line. Translate with right click. All these tools like move you around in different ways. Okay, you're not helping. What is the assembly tree? Get out of here. You're just confusing me. You're scaring and confusing me. Are we actually measuring or what? Distance between faces. Face number one. Face number one. Hey. Hey, give me that. Okay. Oh, McMaster Carmite. Yeah. That's the other good site to use. Distance between points. This point. No, I don't want the curve. And this point. 25, so it's already too big. All right, yeah, let's check the McMaster. AVE did a video where he was talking about McMaster Car, and he was talking about how you could download the 3D model and then just print it and then use it. And that's a little bit shady. I don't know if I like that. I don't like encouraging that. Although I do shady shit like that, but I don't know. Somehow that just kind of hit me wrong. McMaster has this comprehensive and beautiful website that looks like an old school industrial catalog. They've won a lot of awards for this place. Things are a little bit more expensive here, but there is a plethora of data about all of the different industrial products that you see on their website. If you're looking for a screw, you'll find every sort of screw that exists in the entire planet on this website. So I kind of like supporting them. When I absolutely need an exact part, this is where I go to get it. And then a friend of mine at one point, when we were building our fire cannon controller, we were building a fire cannon controller. And so we needed a new key for the key switch. So he jumps on McMaster Car and he gets like his company's level of shipping. And it got to me in Virginia the same like afternoon that we ordered it. It was wild because it just like it got to my door when I got home from work and we were talking about it right before lunch. Okay, so the ones that I see on here are these up here. Padlockable? No. Grip, adjustable grip is close. Multiple strike is not quite what we're looking for. It's a little specialty. None of these, I mean, strikeless draw latch, no. This is too much. Tight hold draw latches with safety. Corner mount. Draw latches with safety. Oh, like a normal one. Maybe they're in this category. Aha. Naha. Let's see here. So the one that we want looks like that, and it's got big round edges on the top, and it is like a square loop. Close, but not quite. This is modifiably close. F. Yeah, I think modifiably close is as good as we get. What is the size of that, though? Why did it just put a check mark on it? I just want to see all of the B. I'm all about B. Just show me B. Zinc-plated steel, dull. You're dull, asshole. Latching distance, 1 inch. It's in inches. None of this stuff is in millimeters. Width, 5/16. What the fuck is 5/16 of an inch? Nah, 0.69. 5/16 in 2 millimeter. 7.9. 7. Lots. Wait, huh? Is that's the thickness of the plate? Oh, no, 15/16. Oh. I get it. 23 milliliters. 20.7. Oh, that's really close. Am I looking at the? I think I'm looking at the wrong series. I think I'm no series B. That's really close. Yes, I say the wrong thing sometimes as a joke. I was joking. I was an old lady hiding in the bushes. I think that is the closest we're gonna get, and then I guess I can modify it to have the right screw hole pattern, and then get that onto the 3D print. And I think that should be okay. Because we'll place that into the drawing, and then I can extrude around it. Oh, that's hideous. That does not look like the right thing. That looks less like the right thing than the GrabCAD model. That's what we have. That's what this is. Yeah, it just seems like all of them are just wrong. I mean, this could look good in its own right if you design right. I don't know. Oh, there's a hand. Of course. Ah, it's not quite lining up. No, can't quite get that. Can you guys put your hands up against the computer screen and tell me if I've got the right thing? Whose hand did they outline? And why is it so weirdly detailed? Look at this. They've got all the knuckles in there. Look at that. Look at how weirdly detailed that hand is. There's little gaps. Look at that. A little loop around there. Did somebody like scan their hand on a scanner and then take AutoCAD and just vector trace all of the different features of the hand? It's a little weirdly detailed. I don't know. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. All right, so I don't think Master has what we're looking for. This is as close as it gets, but that doesn't really represent the part. But I guess if we just start working with, that one doesn't have screw holes. What the hell? If we just start working with it, maybe we can pull in both of them and see which one is a little bit more modifiable for our purposes. Because this one might have that one. No, not that one. Not that. Gross. Ew. Wait, I'm close the wrong one. Close the wrong one. Oh, these are both the same one. Yeah, they're not. It's not square enough. I don't know. I think its scale is a little too large. Go back to my search. Yeah, none of these are just quite right. None of them are quite right. If I put miniature in there, I don't think I'm going to get anything different, though. Am I? Oh, yeah, what else could it be called? Draw latch. Try that. All about coming up with the right words. That is those are bullets? What are you doing? What's fun is browsing sites like this and figuring out how many federal crimes you can actually break on the website. None of these are correct. Well, it's not that none of them are correct. It's that none of them are our design, the ones that we just bought. Yeah, there's no Goldilocks latch. I mean, I could probably model my own if I really, like, gun to my head. I could probably model it, but I don't want to work with the sheet metal tools today. This one, I mean, there's 3 holes in this one. That's the problem. Let's see what scale this is, though. Oops. That's the link that I want. Wow, that's a lot of... There's a lot of holes in this thing. All right, let's go up here. Let's figure out measure between faces. I want this one. It's like highlighting lines when it's not going to measure from the lines. It's almost better if I just take the solid into AutoCAD and work with it from there. Oh, it's a millimeter apart. Yes, of course. All right, let's get this one and just see what it is. What the fuck? All right. Oh no. Oh no, where did that one go? Is that the one we were looking at? Yeah. All right. Ah, it's gonna make me do this. Hey, look at this, chat. Look at that. Look at that over there. Isn't that cool? Wow, this is a shiny thing, right? That's like a shiny thing. It's really cool. Jingling my keys in front of chat. Oh, whoops. .com. Oh no, they know my email's at a .com. All right, back to this. Draw latch. Any thoughts on Fusion 360? I got a license for it through my uni and kind of wanted to try tinkering around with some stuff. I really like it a lot. I learned AutoCAD like I don't know, whatever they used like in the Stone Age when I went to college. We were hitting rocks together in order to make stuff. You should know my capstone project in 2007. I wasn't going to tell you guys the date. My capstone project involved Adobe Flash, so you should know about the era, about the decade that I went to college. While you guys were all learning memes, I had to hunker down and actually learn how to do math. God. But anyway, it was a command line kind of thing when I had a class on it, and you kind of learn a little bit of the gist and then forget everything about it. But with Fusion, generally, AutoCAD in general, like the process is sketch and extrude and then refine, right? Sketch, extrude, refine. There are exceptions, obviously, and depending on what kind of manufacturing process you're going to do, those are going to vary. In addition to that, I also learned Eagle to make circuit boards because it was available and it was for the hobbyist, and I was doing hobby projects while professionally doing something a little bit different than your typical engineer. I was reverse engineering stuff, which is hard to actually say because engineer, it's like, yeah, you can't really say it backwards. So I was reverse engineering stuff, not building things. I needed a creative outlet. And during that, I was using Eagle. Well, then the peanut butter and the chocolate got together, and it was supposed to be the coolest thing in the world to have Fusion 360 working with Fusion Eagle circuit board design and three-dimensional design in an intuitive package that would allow you to also make solids. And so combining a 3D printer with the $5 circuit boards, the batch processes that everybody's doing now and has caught on to, you can go from napkin to product in an incredible amount of time. It's so cool. And so I've been using Fusion, and I've been using, well, AutoCAD, and I've been using Eagle, and so they're both together. Problem is there's some growing pains, and there's some monetization pains, some executive pains involved with that. When you get out of university, if you get used to these products for your hobby projects, $300 a month for the full version, or you sign up for an AutoCAD course at a community college for $30 a semester and just fail it, and then you get your free copy from that. Or you work within the limitations of the free version of the software, which will involve you archiving things a lot. The thing that I don't show, because I have an educational copy, because technically I'm a teacher, I don't know. The thing I don't show is that all of these parts that I'm importing should probably go into a sequestered folder that will get archived, and I can pull those archived parts into my drawings because I'm not modifying them. When you're done modifying stuff, you archive it because you can only have so many active documents at once. It sucks, but those are the limitations that they put on the software, and then you just kind of cross your fingers and hope that every year they don't clamp down further on some of the limitations. But with that educational copy, you get a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of really good stuff in there. So I would say learn Fusion 360. If you've learned how to use one CAD program and you're an engineer, you are going to be expected, or you're studying engineering, and want to be an engineer, you're going to be expected to be a jack of all trades in terms of CAD. You should be able to jump from CAD to CAD to CAD. And while it is like walking in molasses, it's like getting killed in that molasses spill of 18 whatever. Everything feels different. You feel like you have 2 thumbs and you're all left feet, but you can eventually get the gist and learn it. You want to keep that plastic brain going. You want to be able to learn the new stuff and not be a total curmudgeon that complains about everything, and not try to get everybody to use your CAD software. FreeCAD would obviously be the alternative to use. But you know, I really like Fusion 360 because it is a very intuitive, simple, and visual program. You kind of have to dig a little bit, then you get into all the layers in there. And it's like the App Store and the plugins and stuff will you know, waylay into all of the super complicated stuff that it's able to do. But it does a lot of the stuff that you need it to do simply, intuitively, and very visually. So that's pretty much my opinion on that. I have very nuanced opinions on this thing, which I don't think you're allowed to have anymore. In that I love Fusion 360, but I am optimistically cautious about it. Keep the gray mass fluid. Yeah, you upgrade your gray matter, because one day it may matter. All right, so we got our part in the folder. Show me it in the folder. Oh my God, all these files in here. So let's unload that, and then we're gonna punch our load into this. What am I saying? I need to organize all of these things. I need to make a generic and specific. Basically, I need to make a generic parts folder that's going to contain things like the quick disconnects and the products that I've bought that I know are dimensionally accurate. You know, I think that's something that I need to work on my own. So I can go to upload over here. Upload. I could probably point it towards the zip file, but draw latch main.step. Plop. This feels like transferring an account in Xbox Live, where it's been intentionally slowed down in order to discourage people from doing it. You guys ever do that with Xbox? Try to transfer accounts around? I've been on a cleanup kick. I've gone through bins and isolated parts out of bins and tried to organize that stuff a little bit more. It is an absolute fucking sty down here because we got a corgi puppy. And the thing about a puppy is it needs attention. And so I've been giving that dog plenty of attention. And someday, when her long back is strong enough to go up and down stairs without risk of injury, I hopefully will be able to have her in this workspace. But for now, it's what it's. Okay, we don't get steps on this, which is annoying. And then these are individual solids that would all need to be scaled individually. I hope and I pray every day that this doesn't happen. So what are our dimensions that we have to meet up with? Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. 20.7 milliliters. Here's how much better this measure tool is. Boop to boop. 18. Why is this in units? Oh, hell nah. Man, just use like normal people units, you idiots. All right. So we're going from here to here. $18. That's not. No, that's center to center. Oh, God. You bastards. All right, let's do as close as near enough as makes no difference, right? When I actually get the thing in the mail, I'll be able to measure it and have a little bit more confidence. 20.6. It's looking like it's just about at the right scale. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I mean, it looks like it's like of the same family, like the same generic size. It's just really getting those. So those are 3.1. .17. That's pretty good. Of course, then they want me to use like a fucking old drill to drill them into my suitcase, so they don't really care about giving me something useful, like, you know, I don't know, hole spacing. No, we don't get that kind of information. 10 millimeter across. It's probably not going to be 10 millimeter across. Measure. Here to here. Yeah, 7 millimeters off. Oh my God. I guess all I'm really concerned with is that these holes are in a similar location. That's what I should be concerned with. I mean, these look moderately like they're in the right place. So it's the holes there and the holes there, and then the distance that this thing can clamp. Those are the important parts about this. So I don't really have many options to modify this because we don't actually have like a timeline on it. But I can move stuff within this drawing and I guess get it to be marginally right. But I guess if we design around this, I can always go into the sketches and move around the mounting holes. This will just be a representative of what we have in the end. So let's get this into the main drawing. I'll accept this as my part. I'll accept it into my heart as a part, not a fart. That's not it. That's not it at all. There it is. The draw latch. All right, so we're in the draw latch era of this drawing, but I think reasonably we should probably move back to where I made this solid. So my timeline is an absolute mess right now. There's 10,000 steps in here. I really should have split this off into 3 different pieces. We didn't really know that it would be 3 pieces at the time. And I guess what I could do is, you know, take milestones of these things and save them off as their own things. But we'll just keep muddling through this massively overly complicated drawing and see what we can come up with. So what I can do now, take these legs wherever they may be created, which is all the way back here. So I'm extruding those. Then what? What is that one? Looks like nothing to me. That would be this main sketch here. I'm not going to create them off of that sketch, but I guess I should rewind time to where I'm creating the feetsies. Yeah, that's that part. That's where I create the mesh. And then here's where I'm moving in those parts, the extra rails and stuff. So we'll take time back to here. Actually, after the press pull. Roll history marker here. Yoink. Oh my God, it's a totally different drawing now. I've already created those. I think I created those with a split, didn't I? Yeah, that's the split is what created the feet. Well, I guess after the split, I can just delete the feet if it'll let me do that. Or I could unview them, I think is what you're supposed to do. So if I go to bodies and I get rid of the pan left foot, now the feet are gone. We still have the feature in there. So what I need to do basically is design my end piece that goes on this. It'll match up to the outside there, and then also here, and then go up to the rail and have a hole through it. And then I'll put the latch on the outside of it, and that way it'll all meet up. I don't think I want to put more fasteners on the outside here. Well, I can if I want, I guess. But okay, at this point, I need the latches. So, boop, and then burp. We don't have any sense of space for this. I don't know where I need to be putting these in order to put them even on the panel. I guess split in half and then half of the half. So I could start my drawing from the side. And the bolts for these go through all the way. They're long, a maker beam bolt. So it'll hold to the top. Should it do that? Or should it hold? Well, it has to. That'll kind of, because like the way these move around is I can loosen them from the sides. This one will act a little differently. I'll have to loosen this one from the top and then move it back and forth. I guess it's okay. That should be okay. It's just a difference in like design. But yeah, okay, let's new parts in. Pop. And then bring that over to where we're working. Orient it properly. And then 180 degrees. There we go. All right. Which one do I want to latch where? Should it be this way, or should it be designed for speed? I think the only way I'm going to get it to work is this way, because we don't have a lot of space down here, and we have a ton of space on the top. So yeah, it has to be this way. I could do one on each side, or I could do, well, I'm going to have 1,000 of these freaking things, so I might as well do 4. Okay, so there's that. Let's just okay on that position, and then now when I move it, it'll want me to lock the position in so that it's on the timeline. So I want to figure out where exactly I'm putting this thing so that it's properly covered by the solids. I'm probably going to have to put a screw into the other side, aren't I? I think that's just going to have to be that way, because I don't think there's a lot of room for threads on the other side of this. And I don't want to have like wood screws sticking out of the side of the panel. So how can I get, like, I can just calculate it, or I could make, I guess I'm gonna need a sketch off of this face, so I might as well sketch on this. So I'm gonna create a sketch right here before we lock positions in. Create a sketch there. Okay. And then let's see. We're gonna need some way to orient, I guess, that hole. I don't really want to base it on that though, but that is the center. So if we put that in the center of here, or if we put the top of this or the bottom of this. See, I don't know if the clips we're going to get in the mail are going to have the same dimensions overall. You know, they're a little bit different. They're a little bit different. They're not that different. Might actually be okay. I take it on that one. Well, okay. In this sketch, I'm actually going to need these projected in. Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't need to measure shit. I just need to put it on top of this. I forgot about that. So project that hole. And we'll take this one, too. Yeah, that's easy. Well, there. Now I have... what do I have? Well, I have the center of the post that I'm going to create. I guess I'm going to need the ends, too. Ends of this oval. I need to get on top of it in order to get to it. Ooh, I don't really get those. Do I get them over here? Not really. Well, it doesn't have to match up perfectly to those, I suppose. So let's get out of that. It doesn't have to be perfectly the right size. It could just be sort of an approximation. And it has to be wide enough to hold on to this thing and have enough plastic there in order to properly mount it. Probably with a machine screw going into plastic. That should probably be strong enough for what I'm doing. I'm not going to have a lot of plastic. This thing doesn't... Well, actually, yeah, I am. That's a lot of plastic. Okay, so there's going to be plenty of plastic to go around. So if I arbitrarily... Let's just arbitrarily snap this thing. So finish sketch. And then we'll move this component. Move and or copy. Create a copy. Point to point. Oh yeah, it undoes your copy. It's like it doesn't remember that you wanted to do something when you go into a different tool. Create a copy. Select the first point, origin point. So when you highlight something like this, it's like I can't get to that center point. If I want to specifically choose that center point, I can hold Control, and then that'll bring me to it. But it'll also understand that you want the center of the circuit, or the circle. But I don't, for instance, it wasn't highlighting the center of this line, so I hit Control, not on that. When that line is highlighted, which is kind of hard to get to, hold Control. Nope, didn't do it. Oh, had it for a second there. Also, there's a lot of stuff in the view right now that's kind of confusing it. There we go. Got him. Okay, so there's our copy. Now I can go back to this move. I can bring it down a couple millimeters to where I'm comfortable. NPS Stewart. how could you come here and do this to me? MPS Stewart, thank you so much for subbing at a tier 1 for 39 months. I really appreciate that. Hey, 39 months, holy crap. All right, I guess that'll do for a height. We'll have to figure out how to get these into alignment. I guess I'll have to use a bunch of measuring tools on them. So yeah, I guess when the panel goes in, it'll just be a matter of linking the clasps and then pulling them upwards. And when that panel removes, it'll have a bunch of this stuff, you know, rattling around. I have children younger than that. That's a weird one to, huh. I have a dog younger than that. She's 22 weeks. All right, let's move this one into position. This thing. Now, it always wants to move bodies. I don't want to move bodies. I'm not a criminal. Move copy. And we'll take a point to point. My sub to Rabaz is actually older than, oh my god, than one of my children. That's incredible. Maybe we should move all 4 of these in concert. Yeah, I should probably move them all in concert. We'll snap the other one back to where it was. Because I'll, how do I gotta think about how I want to do this. Yeah, like that, that's good. And then if I take this and let's move this one again. Move copy. Man, I really want to play My Summer Car. Rabaz has been going for that trophy. Did he get that? Did he get any trophies? What were his times like? I want to know what his times are like. I forget what our time was with the wheel. He got 2nd place. I settled for 2nd on my 2nd race, but that means he's got 2 2nd places. Actually, did he fake the other one? I'm not sure. All right, where's... There we go. Okay, cool. Now those are there. I kind of want to make the other side now. I don't know how to do that. Barrack. Woof. Barrack. Move copy. Create a copy. Move with this thing. Create a copy. Okay, there we go. And then I don't know what that distance is going to be, but let's just move it over there. Yeah, problem is I don't have a center point on both of these. So when I do this, shit. When I do this, they're going to be all over the place. They won't be in the right spot. Woof. Back. God, that fucking game. All right, let's see here. How can I get around this? I could snap these from point to point. I can select my origin as being this thing right here. And then I can select my destination as this thing right here. And then I can move it this way. And I'm going to move it on this axis, which is X distance. And then I can go from here. No, not that. No. X. Oh, no. Did that reselect stuff? No, it shouldn't have. Hold on. This distance on the x-axis. Measure from here. God, this is complicated. From here to here. There we go. Okay. All right, now all 4 of those are in the same spot on the respective areas. Regarding CAD design, have you found any good cameras or software that can scan an object and get an approximate 3D virtual representation? We spent months trying to do that for the steering wheel. I was trying to make something to fit in the airbag location because there was a big gaping... I fucking threw my glasses across the room when I said that. There's a big gaping hole in the front of the steering wheel, right? And I didn't want to have that. Turns out I put a BMW airbag cover in there and it kind of covered it well enough, but we spent a little bit of time trying to 3D scan stuff, and this is when I had my old phone. So actually my new phone might be able to do it better, but photogrammetry has apparently come along pretty well in the past couple ages, I suppose. If you want an STL or an OBJ, there are a bunch of options. Yeah, a photogrammetry would be the least hardware excessive one. We tried to get a Connect. Yeah, if you want a solid part file, good luck. Yeah, because you really want to have like an enclosed solid, but it's fairly complicated. Have you tried iPhone LiDAR? No, but I've seen one under night vision. They're pretty interesting under night vision because somebody's pocket will glow like you wouldn't believe. It's like there's a rave inside of their pocket. But I have not, you know, I don't have an iPhone, and I look down on people who have one. I think that's pretty good like that. So that would be the location of all the latches, right? I should probably give them a little wiggle room, huh? Move them out a little bit from where they are, but I will just design it like that. Lucky number 13 millimeter. So I don't know the efficacy of iPhone LiDAR in terms of 3D scanning stuff. I would like to be able, because you're tall. I'm not tall. Nope, that's wrong. Okay, so now that we've got those things in position, we lock down the position. So we've got a sketch, we have these things, and then we have a lockdown position. Now, our sketch isn't really able to move these around. I guess we didn't need that sketch. No, they're not short either, actually. They're mutants. They're taller than they're much taller than I am. They're mutants. Yeah, this is going to be challenging, I think. I think those latches should be about on this scale, but this will be pretty cool, though. That'll hold it in pretty nicely. And I guess to put the top piece onto the plastic backing, I'll just have to push it up against there, latch them, click them over. Yeah, I think this will be good. So I don't know. The professional tools obviously will get the job done much faster, but you can like rent them. But I'm sure it's like a couple $100 an hour, I bet. I don't know what rental fees are on something like that. Or you can use some of the consumer tools. You're going to be working with the solid a lot longer in order to close it up and make it something that you can use in CAD. We tried photogrammetry, and it was a little bit of a crapshoot. We tried using a Connect to scan it, and that almost worked, but really kind of didn't work. 1222 was his time. First place was 1221. Shit. I mean, I built the whole wheel, and I wasn't able to get decent times. I got a first place and a second place. So I'm still better than Robert. That's the important part. I need to get one more rally. I kind of want a third place now in the rally, so I have all 3 trophies to line up, and then we can try the senior rally. But I don't think I have it in me to get under 6 minutes a trip. I think Robert is a better gamer than I am, and he will definitely win that thing eventually. But it's true. Surviving is indeed a win. You're very correct about that. We need to project more stuff into our drawing. And actually having the sketch here is bad. If I get rid of the sketch, though, I think a lot of the stuff is going to start moving around in ways that it shouldn't. Well, let's see what breaks. Delete. Ah, nothing broke. Okay, cool. So import solid, import solid, import solid, import solid, lock them in place, then sketch. So now I can project these lines, and I need to make sure that they're the right lines. The one all the way on top and all the way on the bottom. There. And there. Because there's a chamfer on there, a fillet on the edge, so it's tough to work with. All right, so that's my rail. There's the bottom of the box. And we need to fill this space with a thing. So I guess I should project the outward faces of this thing as well as the 2 screw holes. And we need more projections. What the projections allow me to do is later on, I can then move stuff around and it will move with the object. So if I want to modify something, or if I change that object, the scale of the object or whatever, then it'll move with that. Actually, that's not how this is going to work, though. That's not it. That's not at all how this is going to work. Wait a minute. Now we only need to make one of these, and we'll just copy them to the other side, and we'll mirror them for the other end. But this can be a very simple shape. But if I wanted to modify and change the locations, for instance, of the holes, I don't really want to have projected solids in this drawing. I don't want that. So let me undo the projections because we're not sure that this part is exactly the right part. We want the center of this hole, so we'll want that at the very least, and that's pretty much it. So then I'll want to go to the edges of, well, it doesn't matter if I go to the edges of the oval or not, because those holes are not, those are from the other side. Are there nuts sticking out of those? Oh, there are. Yeah, so I want to stay within the confines of the oval, which isn't really enough. We can get close to these, but okay, so I'll project this one and this one. I got a bunch of weird lines that we need to work within. All right, so let me hide all of the... The problem is you got to do these individually, all these things. Boop, 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 and boop, and boopity, 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 boop. Okay, and then the solids go away. Okay, so now I need to work around this, because those are those bolts. How wide are they? Calipers? They're over here. Ow! Smashed my finger on a drawer. How wide are the bolt heads? 6. So from the center of this, we're gonna go 3. We gotta stay out of there. So from this, we go over here, we go 3. Stay out of there. Tomorrow, yeah, but we might be working with the Omnipod. I gotta learn a new programmer. I gotta do a programmer move. Yeah, I gotta work with this. I'm gonna try to reverse engineer the Omnipod microcontroller and see if I can use that as my own microcontroller platform. So I want to work on that tomorrow. So we will stream tomorrow. If I totally give up and just am not feeling it, then we'll switch over and just do gaming, because I really want to play Jedi Knight 2. I saw The Escapist or whatever was playing it. I was like, oh man, I want to play that game. Me and play it. How do I want to make the holes in the sides of this thing? I mean, I want to make them so that I do a machine screw directly into it. I think I want to go off of a datum that isn't the solid, but I do also want to have this be in the middle. So I'll measure where this is in respect to the other stuff, but then we'll make a... How do I get it to measure the center? I could just project it in, but I really don't want to do that. Oh, look at that. It's like almost exactly. That's pretty nice. No. All right, I'll project it and then I'll delete it. In a move that is just psychotic. Oh my god, can I show that on Twitch? Ooh. Things are getting racy around here. So from this corner up to here, really, you couldn't just be a normal number. 6.950, 6.420. 6950, 6420. 6.420. 6.950. That way I can change these numbers later. I'm projecting. It's always projection with you people. 6. Funny weed number. 6. Funny time in the morning. I don't know. All right. And so these will be 3 millimeter. If they're going to be like the Maker Beam size, 3 millimeter hole should probably be all that they need. So we'll make that a 3 exactly. Well, 2.8 was a little tight for that. So yeah, I think 3s are good. Oh, maybe not. That's like the exact size of the... I guess it'll work. Why does that not look centered at all? Is this not symmetrical? Did I not? Are you not entertained? What's going on here? Why is this not like am I looking at it directly on? Ah, that's what it was. Okay, we weren't directly looking at it properly. Okay, because that part has depth. There's all kinds of like orthogonal views and stuff like that you got to be careful of. And we were looking around to try to get the right edge on the maker beam so that we made sure that we knew the height of everything. So that works. Okay, I guess that only leaves extrusion. How are these going to bolt on to the maker beam? I mean, that I could do a fastener coming out of the maker beam. Nah, let's just do these like this. I could also make them like a... I want the air gap here. Yeah, so I guess this will just be... This is like a washer that goes in there. Which is a little weird, but I think it'll be okay. So that's it. We have all the features that we need on this thing. Maybe I should view a couple more things. I can't see shit. And then none of the feats. These guys are yes. What the hell's body 6? Oh, that's not... We don't need body 6. Body 6 is the thing that was modified in order to create that pattern. It's a weird plugin that I have. So from here, we can extrude. Waiting for the extrude menu. It's getting a little slow. That goes all the way out here. That's a new body. Now, sometimes you like unview stuff in order to get it to extrude properly. We did it. We made a block. Okay, so there, and then we're going to take that sketch. I want to see it again. I'm wondering if I still smell like fuel. I worked on my car this morning. And I replaced the fuel filter. I might still smell like fuel. So from there to here, and the only body it's interacting with is the one that we want. The problem is it might join up here as well. Let's just find out whether or not it does that. It does not. Good. Cool. All right. So now... Where is this printing from? Wow, that looks horrible. That looks really bad. If this prints, I suppose I want this face right here to be the one that's on the printer. So I just will put my chamfers on that face. And I guess I can round out the top here to match the ovals that were previously there. So I will take the chamfer and I'll put that there. And there. Now, chamfering like this edge, for instance, not a good idea because it's not going to look right. There's like a design language to this. So it needs to kind of resemble that stuff. Okay. Well, actually, ooh, I prematurely chamfered because I should be extruding. Okay, wait for it to catch up. That right there. So I think I need to like unview the body, select, please. All right, I need the sketch. That doesn't have it. Wait, it's like all the way up there. All right, get to it. Okay, there it is. That right there. Down. And then I need my object again. That'll cut. There we go. So now the maker beam will go through all of that and then end up, I'll put drop a screw from the top through that. And that will be that part. And then we'll soften up that front edge just to be kind. Get the sketch out of here. It's getting confusing. Oh my God, this document is just ready to die. It just doesn't want to live anymore. It's just been so modified. It's like Rob Oz's My Summer Car file. There's old one anyway. That's gonna look weird when it prints, but whatever. All right, so that's that part. I'm gonna copy it to the other side, and then I will mirror it around origin, because I'm pretty sure that this is centered on origin. Yeah, it is. So I can get away with that. But yeah, 2 screws will go on the outside of that part. Oh yeah, the ever important appearance menu. It'll be black plastic. Bada bing. Okay, so we'll take that part, and then I'm gonna do a move copy on that part. And I will select, well, all right, I don't need that. So point to point, and the point of origin is, well, it could be any of these stuff. It doesn't really matter. We'll take it as that point there. Put it here. Oh, create a copy. Okay, so there's those 2. Good. Now I want to create mirror. Now these parts are symmetrical, so in the end, it doesn't really matter. In the end, I can actually just, in the end, sorry, hold on. In the end, I can just print 4 of the same part, and that'll be fine. But this will just display them at least. Okay, so those are the latch feet. Cool. I may want to do a press-pull face and pull this out just a little bit, just so that this doesn't collide. No, I think it'll be okay, actually. And especially if it's being pulled directly onto this foot, I think that'll just hold it in place. It's just about whether or not these end pieces here are gonna, like, it looks like they clearance it. So yeah, so we'll be good. And if I want to move any of that stuff, all the features that I've created, oh, won't move with it. Never mind. We did that because the dimensions of the latches that I'm getting in the mail might not exactly meet up with the dimensions of the part that I found. They're close, but they're not the same thing. So we are not the same. So they might require just a little bit of massaging to get those 2 holes in the right spot. So the one foot will go through and then basically it'll grip to this part of the aluminum extrusion, right? It'll press against this part of the aluminum extrusion, and it'll hold this whole thing together in a big sandwich, and that will hold all of the electronics up. And then the front case is going to pull up against this foot using the latch, and that will hold that in place. We're not using magnets anymore because inevitably I'd drop something and it would probably smack up against this thing and like throw it out somewhere. But okay, so that would be that went a lot smoother than I thought it would, by the way. That went very quickly. So now I've got parts that I need to send over to the printer. I'll do that on my other machine because I'm a little bit more comfortable using that there. And then the next phase is we've got to design something in here. Let's put the timeline all the way to the end. All the way to the end. Roll history marker here, and this is going to be all the work that I did in order to create the power supply module, which totally changed the look of the rest of Burn the Subs. I'm not going to redesign this part, but I might reprint it. But yeah, this thing right here, I'm just a little bit of wiring away from getting working. I'm waiting on the other power supply module to get here. We have mounted the circuit breaker, the 3-amp circuit breaker, which is cutting it a little close for the amount of current this thing's going to use from 120 volts, but it should be pretty good. Maybe during full operation, this thing will pop. I'm anxious to see that, because we'll have the pump going, we'll have the laser going, we'll have the motors going. Those are a little bit current hungry, but they're all at different voltages, and they're all utilizing the 24 volts differently. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? We got the hardcore Vicor flat pack, which should hopefully be okay in ambient air. If not, we can put a fan on top of it, which would be flush with the front of this thing. I need to make end caps for this thing so that 120 volts isn't, you know, exposed to the air. We need to wire it. We need to do all the wiring, and then I'll need to move to the board and figure out a bunch of stuff on the board. Then we're clear to move on to software, which is going to be the part where everything gets annoying. We have to get into Clipper. We have to install that on the Raspberry Pi. We've got to get Python 3 working along with everything. There's a lot of work to do on this project, but when Burn the Subs 3 runs again, it'll hopefully be a wonderful and amazing functional piece of interactive Twitch art. It's a lot of goddamn work though. The new version, the version that's going to come after this one, is even in like it's going to be crazier. It's going to require some weird stuff, so I'll have to figure that one out. That'll be a longer process. And then when the board fills up, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I mean, I don't know anybody who has a horizontal bandsaw that can lop off, you know, a big layer of burn the subs so that I can preserve it. It's kind of a weird piece of live edge. Now, if I flip it over, you can't see the live edge. The live edge is like a it's like a fillet on the sides. I mean, you can see that, right? I know. I could attach an end mill on Dremel and have chat control and erase all the names on the board. But yeah, I have a random orbital sander, which I have to use the random orbital sander on that block still because there's still like marker marks on it and everything. If I could scan it, yeah. Anybody got a roller scanner, like one of those old Apple II roller scanners? My brother and I used to play with that, and we would roll the thing and move it, and so you get a weird, like, distorted picture, because it could actually take like a picture, but you would press it down and then you'd roll the roller in a weird way. I mean, I could take a bunch of pictures of it in a sterile environment, but I would rather preserve, you know, the veneer, because you know, having them as a backdrop for my computer is great for the gaming computer. I got told off for scanning my face in the school library with one of those in '95. It was like a common pastime, wasn't it? All right, I don't have anything else to do for today. We've actually gotten a lot done here. We've not gotten a lot done too at the same time, just because of parts issues. But I would like to work with the Omnipod tomorrow. If I'm not feeling up to that, we'll play games, I promise. Thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate you guys on my weird little niche stream. But we'll be back. I'll be back before you guys even realize it. Here's the end card. I got a couple like social media links. If Twitter's still up, I don't know if Twitter's still up, but there's the Twitter. I barely twit stuff. Every now and then I'll have like a project update. And Twitter doesn't really work in terms of like getting the word out. It was good for announcing if stream didn't happen for a while, but I've just been editing titles and telling Discord because everyone and their dog is on Discord now, so it's whatever. But before we had a Discord, Twitter was the way to go. But anyway, more weird stuff tomorrow. We'll have fun. You guys take care, and I guess I'll catch you all later. This is the part where I circularly end stream over and over again, because I don't know how to do like a